Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brain. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rap a world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the crown. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. Don't need your respect, never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you, surviving on scraps. FDA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespect ungrateful, ungrateful, a slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your disrespect, just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your disrespect, just fly on. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We eat the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style was disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your goodies like it just like on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your goodies back and just like on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't fight culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been there all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our flames are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Like Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny, y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with the prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Che, and we should be joined here. Our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey, the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we just had, and on this Season 6, Episode 38, or Tray 8, Part 3, Continuation, Part 1 of the Frontline Black News. We'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in Part 3, and that is... Damn it, only one Khalifa, stop it. Today marks the 61st anniversary of the Watts riots in 1965. Nolan Wells case mystery altercation emerges. Nolan Wells' friends, a new interview with Brandon Tatum, Officer Tater Tots, is causing this issue for the investigation. Dalton Eatherly, otherwise known as Chud the Builder, Chud the Bussy, released on $1 million bond. Courtney Cheney pleads guilty, what her 6-year sentence actually means. 3 skinheads attack Black Marine on California Pier. Dr. Kubar, Dr. Umar on the disturbing death of Daniel Erving, who drowned, and his friends. Tasha K apologizes after FBA works on lawsuit for defamation. ICE targets Haitians as TPS officially ends. Gruesome NEWSOM panics, runs to Socialist for help as his 2028 dreams collapse. In our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been off for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News, one of the first, which started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we just had, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It's also part of the Frontline campaign that has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast. Family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. My personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chain Kruma. That's how we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora, the local Black events for both Denver and Aurora, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years consistently. Then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll, 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that as well. She should be dropping the RBA sometime this week, so make sure y'all stay tuned for that. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette1. Make sure y'all sub to him. He needs one more subscriber, and he can start going live on YouTube. So make sure y'all subscribe to Jeanette1 if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to Cuz channel 2, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, who used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News and is now doing the FBA culture reports. Make sure y'all check him out, Kukizi 5100. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega, my brother from another mother, who was just on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced with us. Make sure y'all check him out, Breeze Omega on YouTube. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our brother Church at Black Power, brother from Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, the Church of Black Power. The link to his channel is in the description. He interviewed me about 2 weeks ago, 2 Fridays ago. So make sure y'all check that out. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus and actually put Lisa Cabrera on. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got starting out Lisa, brother Black Truth United. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, Black Truth United on YouTube. We came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is the modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And a link to his channel is in the description. The link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the FBA threat database is also in the description. Then we got the Freedmen Reparation Parties merch website. That's also in the description. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus to create a foundational Black American caucus, long overdue. The link to that is also in the description. Trying to change our petition if we haven't already. Then we got Michael's petition for Congresswoman Nikema Williams out of Georgia to introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Act now. The link to that is also in the description. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Sister Brooks' call to action, or Sister Brooke out of New York, BK to be exact. And the link to her call to action is in the description. The link to her email is in the description. The link to our backup channel, Brooks, is also in the description. Then we got The Reparations for Descendants of American Slaves Act. Make sure y'all sign that change.org petition if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. And then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that white supremacist Chud the Builder, actually causing him to shoot himself after white supremacist shot our brother. So make sure y'all donate to his GoFundMe. Our brother Joshua Fox, not Chud the Bussy. The hell with him. The link to his GoFundMe is in the description. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. The change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got the medical examiner in the Nolan Wells case. Petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license. The link to her change.org petition is also in the description. Then, as you can tell from the background, I am a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado. Vote me, Jesse Parrish, for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8. The election's in November 3rd to be exact. And the link to the website that Lady Che has created is in the description. Make sure y'all check that out if you haven't already. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. In all non-entertainment areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95. And those 9 areas are economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And that was by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., so, like I said, who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, our warrior teacher, warrior scholar, master teacher, warrior scholar, master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. And the link to her ISIS papers in the description. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, so we're going to hop right into it with the Watts riot. It happened exactly 61 years ago on this date in 1965. And greetings, Lady Che. Thank you for joining me.
Of rioting in the Negro section of Los Angeles.
Yep. I have a beer that I got you know the plan for the morning.
6 days of rioting in the Negro section of Los Angeles left behind scenes reminiscent of war-torn city. More than 100 square blocks were decimated by fire and looters, and few buildings were left intact. Firemen were harassed by snipers and brick-throwing hoodlums as they attempted to control the fires, many of which were left to burn themselves out. As the National Guard moved in to restore comparative calm, the losses by fire alone were put at $200 million. No attempt has yet been made to estimate the losses suffered at the hands of the looters who stole everything from liquor to playpens. Firemen were later issued flak suits of bulletproof mesh to protect them from snipers who continued to shoot from rooftops. Nearly 3,000 were arrested, and authorities had to open abandoned jails to house those netted by the police. It took the appearance of 14,000 troops to bring an end to what both Negro and white leaders called insurrection by hoodlums. Civil rights leaders were quick to deplore the unbridled lawlessness, and Martin Luther King vowed to do all in his power to prevent a recurrence in Los Angeles or anywhere. An uneasy calm prevails in what is known as the Watts area of the city. A curfew was put into effect, and the entire section declared off limits to all but residents. The people who live here are suffering great hardship with no grocery, drug, or other service stores able to operate. A special task force of 1,000 policemen stays on the alert as the thousands of guardsmen patrol an area of 35 square miles. The outbreak spread to other Southern California cities, but were quickly quelled. And Los Angeles authorities say they are now ready to move with dispatch if lawlessness breaks out anew. The riots in Los Angeles have written a sorrowful page in American history.
Based upon Chief Parker's request for National Guard support, planning was initiated for the employment of 500 National Guardsmen. However, because of the continuing deteriorating situation in the riot area, the troop requirement was expanded to approximately 1,000 men by that afternoon, when the proclamation was signed and the order for the Guard to assemble was disseminated. Among the elements of the 40th Armored Division, which were initially called for riot duty, was the 1st Battalion of the 160th Infantry, located in Glendale, California. This is a typical infantry battalion. The men were armed with rifles and bayonets and with their usual protective equipment, including gas masks. Additional ammunition and tear gas was obtained from a local military facility to equip this battalion for riot control duty. These men are typical citizen soldiers. The strength of the battalion was approximately 600, and of those, about 400 went into action almost immediately. It took less than 2 hours to assemble the battalion at its armory, and they were dispatched in their organic vehicles to a site close to the riot area. The men were briefed, issued additional equipment and ammunition, and were in the riot area by 10 p.m. that night. As the men assembled, some of the procedures they were to follow were rehearsed in the armory. All of the National Guardsmen employed in the riot area had received basic training. None of the men had experienced riot control, however. Many of the officers and non-commissioned officers had fought with the division or other active Army units during World War II or the Korean emergency. The directions to the personnel of the division were based on the order to use the minimum amount of force necessary to contain the problem. This particular organization was one of 6 battalions, which were employed the night of Friday the 13th. Additional elements of the division, en route to their respective training sites at Camp Roberts for 2 weeks annual field training, were diverted and returned to the Los Angeles area the next morning. By noon of Saturday, there were in excess of 5,000 men of the 40th Armored Division employed in the riot area. By Saturday night, additional elements of the division had been returned, and some infantry elements of the 49th Infantry Division had been flown in from the northern part of the state. The law enforcement personnel employed typical riot control tactics and weapons. Shotguns and low-velocity rifles, billy clubs and their standard sidearms, items with which the military normally is not equipped.
Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Calling out around the nation, ready for a brand new beat. Summer's here and the time is right for dancing in the street. They doing it in L.A.
The National Guard employed no armored vehicles or tanks. Some of the one-quarter-ton trucks had machine guns mounted, and in only 2 instances was it necessary to employ those.
To quote Montague, burn, baby, burn. Los Angeles.
With the tremendous amount of damage that was done to the area, somewhere in excess of $250 million, it became difficult for the citizens who were living in the area to continue any kind of normal activity. Utilities were disrupted, food became scarce, and traffic and transportation was curtailed and, in some cases, eliminated. The 40th Armored Division was fortunate in having a number of police officers as members of the division. Their assistance and liaison helped tremendously in working with law enforcement agencies. A curfew and blockade of the entire area was imposed and lasted in excess of 48 hours. Civilian cooperation was generally outstanding. National Guard troops were billeted in schools, armories, and in the famous Hollywood Park racetrack, which was a major staging area for National Guard troops. Hollywood Park
I
also
did
provided
Hollywood
ideal
Park, I'll be
facilities for
damned.
use of light aviation. Schools were not in session and would have been a primary target for looters. The National Guard troops had their own field equipment and, of course, were provided rations from local military installations and, in some instances, from commercial vendors. Essentially, units operated as tactical units in the field. It was determined that when National Guard personnel were present, that the riotous activity subsided appreciatively. Following the departure of National Guard troops from the area, looters and rioters would return to the scene. Therefore, it became necessary to deploy personnel not only around the area, but actually in the area. The attitude of the majority of the residents toward the military was good. In many instances, they openly expressed themselves as being pleased that the military had been called. As the riotous activity subsided, patrols became more aggressive and soon curtailed the rioting, looting, and burning to isolated incidents. As the 49th Infantry Division elements moved down into the area, they assisted materially in containing the disturbances and then relieved the elements of the 40th Armored Division, who were able to proceed to their annual field training site and conduct the remaining 2 weeks of their active duty training. All elements of the 49th Infantry Division were relieved by the following weekend within 10 days of the initial outbreak. The most difficult
burn,
periods
baby,
were those
burn.
of evening and night hours. During the daylight hours, control was much more effective and
Yeah.
Why did it mute it? It's like they want us to hear all the vital details.
Because you see, Lady Che, what it is that the California Highway Patrol was wrong what they did to Mr. Fry. Okay? See, they making us look like a criminal element. To quote the words of Malcolm X, the black community is the highly policed community, okay, yet it has the highest amount of crime. So surely the cops must be in cahoots with the criminals. That's what Malcolm X said 3 years earlier in that same city. And then the majority of these LAPD officers in this time were recruited from the South. The chief of the LAPD at that time was William H. Parker. A future chief of the LAPD by the name of Daryl Gates, I believe, held the rank of inspector at that time. I think one rank above captain.
Is there really no sound for this shit at all?
Huh?
I'm asking Jesse, is there really no sound?
There's no sound.
Why we can hear ourselves echoing through your phone?
Wait a minute, I'm hearing myself being echoed.
Yeah, it's Jesse on his headset. Oh my god. Did you get my message, Jesse?
Which one?
I just sent you a message. How many phone numbers? How many people you got calling you, guys? Anyway, I'm gonna have to go here shortly. I thought when you started, I forgot that it takes 35 minutes for you to actually get started. I thought it was reading this shit, so I jumped in at the wrong time. I thought you were already ahead of it. But I gotta go soon because I have to get up early in the morning. And you already know it's like a struggle for me.
Yeah, look at all them liquor stores that ain't black owned.
were destroyed and 632 businesses were damaged. Considering all types of structures, 242 buildings were destroyed.
You should throw the caption, Jesse, so we can read what happened.
There's nothing to read if there's no cap, if there's no sound.
Yeah, but they have closed captions for this type of shit.
Closed captions are gonna do nothing. Look, ain't even saying nothing.
They got him on the chain gang going over there to the LA County Jail.
Yeah. The captions ain't gonna do nothing, Lady Chef. There's no sound.
Well, it's an experiment, just because.
Weapons taken from the rioters and looters. The weapons were brought in, identified, tagged, classified, and stored. The number and types of weapons was truly amazing.
Our message?
Among the weapons confiscated were a great many Molotov cocktails of the simplest yet very effective design. It is estimated that the majority of these weapons were obtained during or immediately prior to the rioting activity. And certainly a great many of them were actually stolen or looted from the buildings in the area. While there were a great many shots fired at police, firemen, and National Guardsmen, the few hits indicated a lack of familiarity of the individual with the weapon he was using, and again supported the contention that most of them had been acquired during the riot. 851 guns were recovered, of which 174 were rifles, 286 shotguns, 391 handguns. The death toll was 34, and over 1,000 persons were injured as the result of the riot. Governor Brown returned from abroad and came to the area on the first of the following week. He was escorted into the area, but because of the difficulties with certain of the hotspots, he was unable to complete a tour of the entire riot area.
Now that's Edmund G. Brown
Many
Sr.
relief agencies, Salvation Army, church groups, Red Cross, came into the area and distributed food parcels soon after the worst of the rioting had been concluded. The 40th Armored Division employed nearly 8,000 officers and men to quell the riots. Of these, approximately 400 were Negro Guardsmen, whose performance of duty in this explosive situation was outstanding. In retrospect, the riots were the single most devastating disaster to befall Los Angeles in its long history. The total cost in misery and unhappiness can never be calculated.
Until 1992.
Right.
What are you laughing about?
How he said that, I was just like, really?
Yep. Yeah. Calling out across the nation. Are you ready for a brand new beat?
Audio is something.
Summer's here and folks are dancing in the street.
Yep, so this is even more footage.
I hope there's more talking in the footage.
Hey, I have no control with the footage. Just
What you do, Jesse? Carry on. You can review it first before you show it.
I didn't have time to review
Oh,
it.
just go play. Press play. Press play.
Small army of policemen, most of them carrying shotguns. National Guardsmen riding jeeps with 30-caliber machine guns. Bodies of several Negroes who have been shot already in this battle, stretched out beside the curb. Acres and acres of broken glass, burned, gutted, and looted stores and offices. And now, this hunt. Like something out of a bad war movie. A Western, perhaps. Policemen on the rooftops, in the streets. They think now they've found the man they're after. That was part of the Civil War fought on the streets of Los Angeles one night this summer. Violence set off, according to some of the participants, by a history of ancient wrong.
I think it started 400 years ago. And things just kept building up. And heat, one thing. And I'm getting tired of being pushed around by you white people, that's all.
You couldn't talk to anybody. There was nobody to talk to. You couldn't talk to the cops because they don't want to talk to me. They want to beat my brains up. Just like they've been doing all the time. And the only way it seems that we can ever get anybody at any time to listen to us is start a riot. We got sense enough to know that this is not the final answer. Right at the beginning.
Governor, I hand you the report been prepared by your commission.
We cannot, Governor, tell you any one particular reason why the riots took place in August and why they took place in Los Angeles.
Tonight, CBS Reports examines the question of what's. Was it a local riot or the beginning of a national revolt? What started it? What stopped
it was the
Will there be
beginning
another
of a
riot?
national
John
revolt.
McCone has just presented Governor Edmund Brown
That's
of
what the
California
fuck it was.
his investigating committee's report seeking the answers to just such
I was like,
questions.
I like Justin.
These findings are an integral part of what followed.
Well, look how
The
bad that
CBS
smog is there.
events and causes of the nightmare in what?
Yeah, they fucked it off. Fuck the city of Los Angeles. You motherfuckers knew what you was doing when y'all beat up Mr. Fry. Okay. Fuck Daryl Gates and that shit that he wrote called Chief, where he was an inspector, because I read the goddamn book. Fuck William H. Parker. He was a goddamn drunk. You know what I'm saying? And he was a hateful son of a bitch. So, what the fuck did you expect?
Of a national social revolution, a carnival of hoodlum lawlessness, or the product of a festering
Motherfucker, the hoodlums are the ones with the badges.
If it was a riot, why did it happen here, in the community thought to be least caught up?
Why the fuck would it not happen there,
A
Trick?
Frenchman who looked at his own country's revolution 175 years ago left us with a comment which may give some insight. He said, "The evils which can be endured with patience as long as they are inevitable seem intolerable as soon as a hope can be entertained of escaping them."
Ask questions.
In the past 25 years, more than 300,000 Negroes from other parts of the United States have come to Los Angeles in the hope of escaping evils they had endured with patience. But on the night of Wednesday, August the 11th, that patience ran out.
Yep. Damn round, damn round, dan it, dan dan. Damn round, damn round, dan it, dan dan. Dan 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 dan
White people
dan.
driving through the riot area were considered fair game, whether young or old, men or women. Their cars were battered, the drivers stoned, kicked, and beaten, and the cars were burned. The mobs groan and curse in disappointment when a white got away, and then cheer like a football crowd when a car went up in flames. The burning and looting, the shooting and beating went on for nearly a week. "34 persons were killed, all but 5 of them Negroes. More than 1,000 persons injured or wounded. More than 200 business places destroyed by fire. 700 more smashed,
It sounds like
looted, and
I'm
damaged.
upset about that. It's only 5 Negroes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
only 5 of them got killed.
Yeah.
Negro merchants sought to protect
You
themselves
brother
with
say
hurriedly
Negro
scrawled
on,
appeals.
spare me prize,
cost in
brothers.
dollars even now
Same
is hard to
Negro
estimate.
on, my brother.
Perhaps 50
Yeah.
million,
Now,
60
keep in
million
mind,
or more.
people. Hey, Val.
Nearly
Now, keep in
4,000
mind,
persons arrested.
Black owned. Okay, they repeated it the same thing in 1992 as well too.
Yep.
And there were black-owned businesses that were in fact spared because of that.
Drop that purse and get your hands up.
You know what I mean? The way he says Negro, this one,
Let's go. Come on.
Look at that, gonna kick the brother in the
Negro leaders
ass.
blamed it on a variety of social elements. Poverty and unemployment, poor schools and bad housing, all of which add up to discrimination. But most of all, said the Negro spokesman, police
That's how hot I feel in my
and the
room right
mobs
now.
agree.
Hey, Val.
I'll get you out of this audience. Look at this.
But the police were
Burn,
not
baby,
the only
burn.
targets. Firemen
Look,
rushing
they're trying to
about
put
the
that
city
shit out.
trying to control dozens of blazes at once
Right.
were showered with rocks and bottles and sometimes found themselves under heavy gunfire.
Control 12, calling
The mobs hated authority, but more generally, they hated all whites. And before the mobs,
here we go with this.
before they spent themselves, by the time the rioting had run its course, the police had been forced to plot their action over 54 square miles in the middle of the nation's third largest city.
Damn.
54 square miles, more than twice the size of the entire island of Manhattan.
Damn.
Indeed, Harlem or South Chicago, where steaming, rat-ridden tenements are the raw material of riot, seemed the most likely to produce those northern explosions that were predicted in white America's anxiety over the Negro Revolution. No one expected the flashpoint of discontent to be in the sprawling, bungalowed 450 square miles of Los Angeles. Yet it did happen there, in an area holding 1/6 of the county's 523,000 Negroes. Watts is a ghetto, but not a slum, as the term is known in older cities. There are streets of trim, lower middle-class homes, and there are squalid areas of condemned houses with people living in them. 2/3 of the adults have less than a high school education. 1 in 8 is illiterate.
What the fuck
Of
does
every
that
10
do?
homes, 9 were built before 1939.
No,
1 in
what
5
they
is
saying,
deteriorating.
Lady Che,
Watts has the lowest average income rate in
what
Los Angeles County.
was that, the Kerner
$4,000
Commission?
per year, compared
If I
with
got
more
it
than
right, I
$8,000
think
per
that
year
they was
for the
looking
white
at
community.
the
Almost
cause
60%
of
of
it.
the Watts families receive some sort of welfare, against an unemployment rate that holds around 30%. 1 of every 3 teenagers comes from a broken home. The school dropout rate is more than twice that of the city overall. Most residents are newcomers who joined the modern gold rush to California of the past 25 years. Many are newcomers from the most backward parts of the Deep South, poor and ignorant Negroes who have no skills to offer
Man,
a big
fuck
city
you. What the
employer.
hell you mean,
No
poor and
desire for
ignorant
classroom learning.
Negroes?
Not even the knowledge of how to live in urban surroundings. Often not even the knowledge of how to use plumbing. They crowd together, these backcountry refugees, 1,000 new ones every month pouring
Backcountry
into Los Angeles.
refugees.
And they
Why,
find
you
in the land of
motherfucking
golden promise
cave-dwelling,
that there still are white raw men,
troglodyte-on-bathed
white
Nabisco
merchants,
motherfucker,
white
fuck
landlords.
you.
It began as many race riots have begun with the arrest of a Negro by white officers, right here at this corner. In this case, 2 young Negroes were stopped by California highway patrolmen and charged with drunk driving.
Los Angeles,
There
Val.
was a scuffle and a crowd gathered. The mother
Yes,
of the 2,
Val,
their
that's Los
brothers,
Angeles
joined
of the past
in,
before
and
they
she
built
and
up all
another
the
woman the crowd thought was
skyscrapers.
pregnant
Exactly,
were pushed
Val. They
and
did
shoved.
have skills.
The highway patrolmen were on the scene 40 minutes.
Hell
the
yeah, they
period
had
some
skills,
suggested
because you
was
had a lot of them
overlong
that was
in
working in
face
the
of a
aircraft
gathering hostile
industries.
crowd. The McCone Commission dug thoroughly into this event. It found no basis for criticizing the conduct or judgment of officers on the scene. But no one questions this was the incident, nothing more.
Okay,
The
now you
spark
see,
that
people,
lighted the fuse.
this is what caused
In the
1992 to
background is a
happen.
long chronicle of defeat and disappointment, of discrimination and Negro grievances, of pure hate for the white man. There was, for instance, in the spring of 1962, a gun battle between Negroes and police outside the Los
That's
Angeles
what
Mosque
Brother
of the
Malcolm
Muslims.
was speaking about when I was at
Built
that
around the
speech.
belief that all whites are evil, that complete separation of the races is the only hope for America.
Yeah.
In that gunfight, 1 Negro was killed, 14
Ronald
wounded.
Stokes.
Some Los Angeles citizens believe the Muslim shooting so crystallized Negro feelings that from that point, April 1962, big trouble was inevitable. There were other humiliations distantly noted by whites, but resounding in Watts like a slap in the face. Negro Catholics prayed as the head of the Catholic Archdiocese, James Francis Cardinal McIntyre, declaring Negroes to be better treated in Los Angeles than anywhere in the United States, laid down for his clergy the line that racial problems were to be treated as political rather than moral issues. A young priest, Father William H. Dubé, challenged the cardinal, insisting race discrimination is immoral and therefore a direct concern of the church. Negroes watched while the clergyman dispatched a rebellious and futile appeal to the Pope in Rome.
All of us concerned with giving our Negro congregation positive leadership in their yearning for full protection under the law, equal opportunities for education, jobs, and housing, cannot reconcile the clear teachings of Christ and the church with the restrictive and nullifying policies of the Cardinal.
We're at
I urge you, therefore, to remove Cardinal McIntyre from office.
Negroes watched, too, through the long political campaign of 1964, when the major issue in California, bigger even than the Johnson-Goldwater contest, was fair housing. State law requiring the sale of homes to any person able to pay, regardless of color, under attack. White organizations, led by various real estate groups, collected signatures for a referendum, which would repeal the law. Martin Luther King came to watch to spell out the meaning of the referendum battle, but the great majority of California voters rejected law-enforced non-discrimination in housing, the majority telling the Negroes to stay put. The McCone report cites that vote as a major factor, adding to Negro resentment. And there were other factors, too.
Might have a TV, they can see the nice things in other parts of the city, and they're tired, they're hungry. They are more educated. They know what's going on in the world. They see millions and billions of dollars spent on rockets and first one thing and another, sent overseas to other countries. And here in their own country, you know, they're hungry, they're out of job.
Finally, there was haggling over the poverty program. Indeed, the very day the riots began, this was the headline in the Los Angeles Times. In Harlem this past summer, poverty funds were used to give jobs and money to thousands of young Negroes. But in Los Angeles, not 1 cent was put into the poverty area. Despite all these aggravations and evidence of white indifference, Los Angeles' long history of freedom from racial strife, plus the fact that it had weathered the troubled summer of 1964 without difficulty, had created a
keep
false
in mind,
sense of
Black
well-being.
family,
So that when
if the
violence did
LAPD
erupt,
caught your
its
ass up
impact
there in
seemed
Hollywood
many
at
times
this
magnified.
time,
Indeed, the supposed
you better had
lessons of
known
peaceful
somebody.
Los Angeles had been cited proudly to lawmen around the country by its chief of police, a man known for his integrity
Yes, William
and the
H.
bluntness
Parker.
of his opinions. Thus, after the first night of violence, embarrassed perhaps and understandably edgy, Chief William H. Parker faced newsmen.
What do you want the policemen to do? Do you want to mass them in there for what purpose? Of pinning everybody down or what?
And Daryl Gates
asking you to explain
had stated in his book that he was a disciple of William H. Parker.
And they can't send all the men in to watch and allow all the rest of the 450 square miles to be open season to every petty criminal and burglar in town. So this is the answer to the question.
Someone like Dr. Martin Luther King should go down there?
No, King doesn't. We've got local residents here, but King doesn't put out all the fires in the United States. There are some local Negroes here that are leaders in these situations. Now, we would assume that they have some influence on them, or they wouldn't be representing them. Now, those individuals are certainly in a position to go down there.
Now, motherfucker, who said that they represented us, Parker?
That Thursday afternoon,
With your
one of
drunk
those
ass,
leaders
they used to
Parker
call
referred
him
to,
Whiskey
the
Bill.
Reverend H.H. Brookins, with other
He
ministers,
stayed
Haitians,
drunk.
black and white, called a peace meeting at a neighborhood playground.
And I submit to you that we shall not see a Harlem or Rochester or a New York. We can solve it. It is yet time.
But Brookins and the others learned they themselves did not understand their people, did not know the intensity of their rage, and could not plumb the depth of their hate.
Because I was on Avalon last night. See, I'm going to tell you something. Tonight it's going to be another one.
Yeah, I've been all up and down Avalon, Central Avenue,
We, the Negro people,
San Pedro,
we have gotten completely
Figueroa.
failed. You know what they're going to do tonight? They don't care. They're not going to fight down here no more. You know where they're going? They're after the white people. Now they're after the white people. They're going to congregate. They're going to caravan out in Inglewood, Pleads, Del Rey, and everywhere else the white man is supposed to stay. They're going to do the white man in tonight. And I'm
Violence here is the seed of its own destruction. And that for us to continue to try and meet violence with violence is the wrong way. That's all. It's pure and simple.
Motherfucker, are you crazy? God gave you something called fists, man. God gave every living creature a means of self-defense.
And respect. I believe, on the other hand, that there ought not to be any concentration of police power in this community tonight.
Man, you think the LAPD give a fuck what your stupid black ass is saying?
Commission, a group with a record of success in dealing with
Is
racial
you
troubles,
crazy?
took their recommendation that there be less obvious policing of the
77
area
Division.
Thursday night to Deputy Police Chief Roger Murdoch.
police department indicated to us that they were going to run the city their own way, and they would prove who runs the city of Los Angeles. Mr. Roger Murdoch's attitude was one I would suspect from a Jim Clark in Alabama. We are not in Alabama. We want to work with the police. We want to work with elected officials, not against them. When we returned to 118th Street after having talked with Mr. Roger Murdoch of the 7th to 7th Division, we had to report what we found. It was like lighting a fuse. They immediately said, well, all right, we told you that your leadership didn't amount to much. You see what they think
wonder
about
why
you.
a year later,
So now let us do it our own way.
why the Black Panther Party came
At this
into
time,
existence.
about 6 police cars moved in, blowing sirens with about 500 people lining the streets. And it was just like an explosion, Bill. Everything just went haywire.
The frustration of the Reverend Brookins and his associates goes far toward explaining the why of what, as well as the how. Actually, from the quarrel over the performance of Negro leadership was beginning to emerge one of the great unpalatable truths of the riot, that there were and are.
No, I see they did some window dressing on that car, huh?
Most of the Negroes who hold elective office in Los Angeles stayed out of the area.
And keep in
But
mind,
State Assemblyman
people,
Mervyn Dimely, a resident of the riot area, was there constantly.
Merv
and he
Dimely.
spoke the truth no one wanted to hear.
Remember him?
Shall I relate to you an incident?
yeah, Merv Dimely was the lieutenant governor of California.
Thursday,
And what
Friday
they
morning,
did
I went up to a group
is that they got rid of his
and I
ass
said, listen, baby, let's cool it.
and replaced
And I
him,
said,
but they
"Man,
still
where you
kept
from, Auburn Hills?" I said, no,
Governor
man, I
Brown.
live on Avalon. He said, well, you must live in some big house. And I said, no, man, I'm with the people. He says, well, if you're with us, here, throw it. And he handed me the bottle. And I says, man, I'm for peace. He says, man, you're not for peace. You're with the man. The man, in this case, is the white man of the police. And he says, look, man, we don't want to hear you. We don't want to hear Dr. Martin Luther King. We don't want to hear Dick Gregory. We don't want to hear Brookins. We just want to talk with the man ourselves. Although the sense of effective Negro leadership was striking, the grasp of affairs by white officials, aside from Chief Parker, was also less distinguished. As word of the shouted threat to do the white man in spread by word of mouth from the playground peace meeting, whites began to crowd the gun shops for weapons to defend themselves. The governor of California was in Greece, vacationing. The mayor of Los Angeles had found it
And
necessary
fuck
to
you,
keep
Sam
a speaking
Yorty.
engagement in San Diego
Fuck you,
Thursday.
Sam Yorty.
He flew to
Fuck
another
you.
state in San Francisco after a Friday morning conference with Parker.
That's that
at which
bitch
it was
right there
decided
that
to
Uncle
call
Tom Bradley replaced, Sam Yorty.
The
Commonwealth Club has advertised this speech for a long time. They have hundreds of reservations. And so, of course, there isn't anything more especially that I could do in the next few hours. But I'll go up and write back to keep my commitment. But if it hadn't been made for months, I certainly wouldn't go.
The McCone report does not criticize Mayor Yorty. It simply quotes, without comment, the reason he gave for his absence from the city. As Mayor Yorty left for his luncheon date in San Francisco, Chief Parker, the man in charge and the man on the spot
Whiskey
from the
Bill.
beginning, now had hard words
Straight
for the
drunk.
peacekeepers he had earlier encouraged.
That I'm not going to play games with well-meaning people who lack expertise. The difficulty is
Now,
that the
keep
people who
in
are getting
mind
hurt
that
are
Daryl
the police
Gates
and innocent
stated in
citizens, and
his
the rioters are
autobiography,
prevailing.
Chief, that he was a
The chief's
disciple
concern
of him.
deepened early Friday when the character of the rioting changed. The note in the police log says, 10 a.m., major looting became general. And in one shopping area 3 blocks long, thousands of Negroes stole everything they could carry and then burned what was left. What had been skirmishing before between police and hit-run Negro groups became a wholesale exercise in stealing and burning, with evidence of organized efforts in the manufacture and use of Molotov cocktails. The police estimate was that 3,000 people filled this street. Walking through it then, remembering it now, that estimate seems conservative indeed. On one point, Chief Parker was firm throughout. He was determined to ask for the National Guard. His men found the Negro explosion too much to handle.
Yeah,
Parker had
Val, I
agreed with
read his
Governor Brown a year
book
before
called
on
Chief.
machinery to do just that. But the Guard had been called in a civil disorder only once in California history, an aircraft strike just before World War II. No one in high office wanted to be the man who turned bayonets against the people. At 10:50 a.m., however, Parker, declaring the situation out of control, asked for the National Guard. But it was 5 o'clock that Friday afternoon when Lieutenant Governor Glenn Anderson signed the proclamation. As the McCone Commission points out, Friday's delay in calling the Guard proved costly in property damage and perhaps lives as well. The commission feels acting Governor Anderson hesitated when he should have acted. Further escalation of the riots possibly could have been avoided, says the commission, if a group of guardsmen available only a few miles away had been deployed, as they might have been, by mid-afternoon Friday. Then the Guard came in. The first units mobilized and on their way at 7 p.m.
Gates was a disciple of Parker. Gates was a captain at the time.
Everyone off the streets by 8 p.m., and the brute force of 14,000 armed men finally broke the back of the riot. As the smoke lifted above Watts and the shooting died down, the soul-searching blame-shifting began. Martin Luther King did not cut short his vacation in Puerto Rico, but went to Watts after the rioting and found the atmosphere less friendly than he might have expected.
You all know my philosophy. You all know that I believe firmly in nonviolence. Or maybe some of you don't quite agree with this. I want you to be willing to say that. And
sure, we like to be nonviolent, but we up here in Los Angeles area will not turn that other cheek. Number two, in the fact that our Negro community leaders are where are they? They are not here, and they're not coming down because, all right, that's right. They are selling us again, and we're tired of being sold as slaves.
Well, hey. Well, people, welcome to my childhood in Los Angeles.
We don't bother nobody. We don't get no jab or tab Los Angeles, period. What about what you think, brother, about the police situation? Do you? The police will burn them up too.
Governor Brown, hurrying back from Greece and heeding perhaps the urging of King and other Negro leaders, found the riot area far from the residents eager for an official ear.
Drop it. I have a husband. We're separated.
Oh, look at the little baby who's probably about 60 years old now.
The age and needy children program.
$234 a month, and my house went $80 a month.
Are there any places say we could get a job if we had a job for you?
If I could go to work, I'd be proud to go to work, and I could make enough money to have somebody watch my baby. I'd love to go to work.
You mean there were a lot of people hungry?
People have been hungry all the time. Like just two or 3 days before all this happened, these people were just about starving to death, waiting for the first till they got their check. Right. They needed it.
You mean this was a continuing situation down here?
All the time.
Well, I mean, don't they get the money from welfare? I mean, we have the aid and needy children program.
They need jobs. That's what they need.
But creation of jobs depended in some degree on settlement of the city dispute with the federal government over administration of the poverty program.
That's LA City Hall right there, Brother Che, and the council chamber.
Absent during the riot, hit hard at the poverty tangle.
Oh, don't they?
I am also ashamed that
they still talk like that. Still, are y'all all on welfare? Yeah. Don't get money from welfare? No, bitch. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly, and then keep in mind, tell that same brain dead motherfucker that the majority of people on welfare in the United States is white folk.
Even then,
yeah,
there was the majority of people on welfare.
Exactly. You see, but this is the truth that they don't want.
Including I, squabbled and fought over the war and poverty program, which is almost scandalous.
Oh, I remember the Hula Love case very well.
In Los Angeles had hung up the poverty program by playing politics.
Hey, Che,
he blamed Washington.
we might want to do a story on that. I remember that case very well.
As you know.
Yeah, we should
end the senseless controversy. And so far as I know, this is the only large city.
And that's the city seal of Los Angeles right there. Fuck you, Sam Yorty. Fuck you.
By cutting off our funds and
fuck you, Sam Yorty.
Unless we met their changing dictates, that they would cut off the funds. And they have certainly helped to incite
and he was a hateful son of a bitch.
By these tactics.
And in Washington, Sergeant Schreiber replied in kind.
They all sound like a bunch of
523 cities, towns, and counties in every state of the Union have already organized effective local anti-poverty programs. Los Angeles, unfortunately, is the only major city in the United States which has failed to do this.
Whoever was to blame, the political shilling of the poverty program was only one factor.
Look
The
at
larger
downtown
causes
LA
of the
before they
Watts
build it
explosion
all up,
we'll
y'all.
examine in just a moment.
One the picket line.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first part. And then there's a second part. Oh shit, we lost Shabaka.
All right, man. All right. Hydrate fast.
Oh, he disconnected the microphone.
CBS reports Watts' riot or revolt continues.
Which side are you on? Let me hear you now. Which side are you on, boy? Which side are you on?
As the pits march and the tension in Watts continued, we asked Muslim leader John Shabazz if more violence is in prospect.
I certainly believe that it will happen again unless some steps are taken to prevent it. And the reason that I believe this, and the reason this is voiced throughout the community, and I have my ear to the ground in the community, is that what has changed? There has been nothing done. Every grievance that was had by the people who started this thing or who took part in it, there has been nothing done to solve it. The only thing that was done was that massive forces were brought in to suppress the actual overt action. But there has been nothing done to solve it.
In an effort to find a solution, Governor Brown announced the formation of an 8-man commission to investigate fully the causes of the disaster. John McCone, former head of the Central Intelligence Agency, was named chairman. The committee hearings have not been public, but the principal witnesses are known, and so are some of their views. Chief of Police William H. Parker.
A great deal of the riotous disaster based upon the continued...
Man, you drunk motherfucker. Go back to your goddamn whiskey and fuck you.
And the constant harassment, police brutality, police brutality, police brutality. And the attempt
Daryl
of the police
Gates,
to accommodate
when he was a lieutenant at this time, was his personal driver.
On the run now. We don't have to really fear the police very much because they're in a defensive position. Now, in addition to that, you have this, what I call political pandering, where they're constantly trying to reach these groups for political
and keep in mind
balance
that
of power by catering
Tom
to their
Bradley
you're dislocated.
was a city,
You're
just got
abused
elected to the
because of
LA
your
City
color.
Council at
Your-
that time too,
your
brother Che.
progenitors were oppressed. You haven't been given the share of materialistic things you're entitled to. And you're trying to convince them, well, you're not well off. I'm going to do something for you. I'm going to raise you out of this position of post-slavery to a position of economic affluence. And, of course, many of these people in our present system are not in a position to set into the economy and become affluent unless somebody just hands it to them. Actually, and many Negro leaders agree with me that Los Angeles is the finest place in the world for the Negro because he has the greatest opportunity here on a broad basis than he will anywhere else in the world. So you have this paradox where things are the best is where the worst riot occurred. And I think you have to go back to civil disobedience. You don't have to obey the law if you think it's unjust. In other words, you say, well, a certain law is unjust because it's a Jim Crow law. On the other hand, is the law unjust because I want a pair of shoes and they're in that store and I haven't got the money to buy them, so I can steal them. In fact, it was amazing that in that inquiry we had in the council, when the councilman said, well, why were these people shot? They were only stealing. So this, they rationalized this. So with the civil disobedience, which erodes respect for all law, and that's been proven in this nation by now, it better have been, or if we haven't learned the lesson there, we never will.
Do you think that what happened was simply a criminal manifestation of disrespect for law?
I forgot
Or do
the
you
name
see
of
it as
this
something
news
related
reporter.
to the social and economic
He was on the
strivings
local
of the
news
Negro?
in
I think
LA.
all those factors are involved. I think that the most important recognition that we must give to this situation is that of the 600,000 Negroes who reside in the metropolitan area of Los Angeles, that the Watts riot involved less than 1%. And it is a mistake to group all of these people together because they don't deserve it and it would be inaccurate.
In creating the situation, where was the failure? On the part of the city, the county, the schools?
This, I think, is one of the difficulties in meeting this, is that we're trying to find a failure other than the people themselves. And this is a very dangerous move because it serves to sort of sanctify their acts. On the basis you did something because of something we failed to do. In the first place, a great number of those people came from areas in the country where they were much further dislocated, much more seriously dislocated than they are here. They came in and flooded a community that wasn't prepared to meet them, despite the fact that we got all this relief money going in there. We didn't ask these people to come here. And suddenly they want a total community to adjust itself to a small segment that has suddenly come in and taken over a section. I think this is unreasonable. No, I think that we are
motherfucker, you
almost sadistic in the way we're trying to punish ourselves over this thing without realizing what we have destroyed is a sense of responsibility for our own acts. We have developed a permissive materialistic society in where everybody is the victim of their environment, and therefore they're not to be held responsible for anything. And if you can continue to live in that society, good luck to you.
Parker's anger is shared by many, perhaps most whites. His stand is supported by many of them, nearly 120,000 of whom have addressed letters and telegrams to him personally, 99% favorable. Parker believes disrespect for the law imperils the nation. But, says the Negro community, who can respect law that is divorced from justice? Exactly. An attorney in the civil rights movement.
During this entire incident, we've heard constant references to respect for law and order. And more particularly,
and
what
at
they
this
mean
time in history, Johnny Cochran, I believe, was
to really understand
doing his graduate work out at UCLA.
You have to understand what law enforcement has meant to them for 100 years. And we're talking about the white man's law enforcement that's responsible for many of their parents being chased out of the South on one pretext or another. The white man's law enforcement that has resulted in no one being actually prosecuted and convicted for the murder of Medgar Evers, the murder of the 3 civil rights workers, and the murder of Mrs. Luiso. Under those conditions, you can understand that the people aren't going to be reverent about law enforcement and the men who enforce the law.
Over and over, Negroes repeat the charge of police brutality. One who had pressed a number of brutality complaints and one of the most successful attorneys in Los Angeles is a Negro, Leo Branton. We asked him about the police claim that brutality charges are fully and fairly investigated.
The name sounds familiar. Now, keep in mind, Che, I'm only 6 years old at this time in history.
But there are no meaningful avenues to redress the grievances of these people. I've tried them all, and I can say to you that there is no question but that under the present machinery as it exists and as it is being operated today, a complaint of police brutality by any Negro citizen goes almost completely unheeded because the instances of attention that are given to these complaints are laughable. Now, it's been said that people can bring complaints to the police commission. And the police commission is the boss of the police chief and the entire police department. Well, this isn't so.
All right, you remember me telling you about the commissions?
I don't think people would be agitating for a independent police review board if the existing police commission carried out the functions that it was intended to carry out. In the first place, you make a complaint before the police commission. Who investigates it on behalf of the police commission? Police officers.
To this repeated complaint of the Negro community, the
we
McComb report
investigated
responded by recommending that
ourselves
the
and we
police commission
found
be
that we
overhauled
did
to
nothing
strengthen
wrong.
its authority over the department. The report rejected the idea of a civilian review board, but did recommend creation of a new post of Inspector General, free of routine duties, outside the regular channels of the department, to investigate citizen complaints of police mistreatment and report directly to the chief. The report recommends also a vastly expanded community relations program to close the admitted breach between Negroes and police. Robert Richardson was a messenger for the Los Angeles Times when the riot began. His accounts of the rioting got him a Cub Reporters rating and a job as the Times' first Negro reporter.
Let me clear something for you. When we speak of police brutality, we don't necessarily mean officers beating people as, say, they would do in the South with whips or cattle prods. We mean
Bruh,
brutality to a man's
you forget
dignity.
that the majority
We
of
mean,
the LAPD officers that were recruited by William H. Parker came from the goddamn
And a
South.
policeman can't tell a housewife from a prostitute.
That's why
when
they
you're
all call
walking down the street with
boy.
your girl,
Yeah.
and a policeman comes along and has you stand against a wall with your feet apart and checks you out and calls down on you and asks you what you're doing out so late at night. You have to have an explanation for everything. This is what we mean by police brutality. People who've come out here from the South encounter another problem even more serious than police brutality and job opportunity and job discrimination and things like this. This is a problem of the resentment of the middle-class Negro, of the poor Southerner who comes out here. The middle-class Negro believes that these people lower their standards, bring down their educational standards, and lower their reflection as a race completely. So it's one large vicious circle. The poor Southern Negro is moving into this area. The middle-class Negro is moving into a predominantly white neighborhood, and the whites in that neighborhood are moving farther out. In other words, it's going around and around and around, and where it's going to end, I really don't know.
Watts, Riot or Revolt, with more findings of the McCone Commission, will continue after this message.
Hell yeah, they had the
CBS
Klan
reports,
working LAPD.
Watts, Riot or Revolt continues.
Theirs, they say, is a different world about which white Americans have bothered to learn very little. Indeed, the first thorough study of Negroes and how they live in this country was completed only a few months ago. Our government, which conducts detailed surveys of everything from sugar beets in Colorado to social habits in Cambodia, had never before taken a close look at the 21 million Negroes of America. Daniel Moynihan, until this summer, Assistant Secretary of Labor, was in charge of the study and was
Oh
staggered
yeah, the Moynihan report.
Moynihan says the Negro family structure is collapsing, and we asked him the reasons.
The first is, remember that American slavery was the worst slavery the world has ever known.
That's a fact.
We can't get that into our heads because the standard of living of the slaves was high, perhaps. We don't see how awful it was. We deprived them of the sacraments as Christians. We deprived them of any institutions as family life. We deprived them of any rights as human beings. There's a very long and complicated history, but we did. There's no other slavery like it in history. And there was no Negro family at all in the slave world. Secondly, segregation and the great humiliation of Jim Crow was a brutal assault on the personal integrity of the Negro male. I mean, he was the man who took the brunt of it. Thirdly, urbanization poured into the cities. Don't forget, the Negroes of our time, because they're Americans, we don't see them as immigrants. The Negroes in Watts were immigrants, just as much as the Italians or Irish or whatever who poured into the cities in the 19th century. And it wasn't a very pretty sight in New York in 1870 either, let me tell you. The families break up when they leave countrysides, rural peasant life, and sort of dump into slums. Fourthly, unemployment. We have had 35 years of disastrous unemployment, and for the Negro male. He has never gotten over the Depression. He had 4 fair to middling years in the Second World War, and maybe a good year in the Korean War, and that's it. It's getting better just recently, but by and large, it's been going on beyond the imagining of the white world. I mean, rates of unemployment, teenage unemployment in the white world, in the Negro world today, is almost 25%.
Yep. It is, Val.
That is a social
Yeah, it
crime.
is, Val. It's
outrage.
outdated.
There isn't a society in the world which will let 25%
Now, keep in mind,
of
too,
teenagers
people, is
go
that this is...
unemployed. About a quarter of Negro families.
Okay, let me make sure I got the
women.
history right.
The divorce rate is
Okay,
2.5
and the
times.
Vietnam
And all
conflict was in its early stages at this
The number
time.
of fatherless children keeps growing. And all these things getting worse, not better, over recent years. It's not a matter of a bad situation.
And keep in mind, at this time in 1965, a guy named Ali, I think, was heavyweight champ.
How'd you learn how to behave? From your father and your mother and your older sisters, maybe, and the people around you. Well, supposing there is no father, or if he is a father, he doesn't work, where there is no education, where there's no sense of getting ahead, where children are just brought up without any of that support which a family gives it. then what do you end up with? You end up a cycle reproducing itself.
A UCLA study published within the last 2 weeks examined the background of young Negroes
1955
arrested during the
Chronicle right
riots.
there.
It established the typical rioter as a 17-year-old boy, a school dropout from a fatherless home, living on a total family income of $300 per month. One such walking statistic is this young man, whose cool world is kept that way by occasional bouts with liquor and with drugs. On the nights of the riot, revenge was an added ingredient. Although he denied to the police any part in the looting and rioting, he took me on a tour of some of the places he said he helped to burn, as casual as a stroll in the park. What this young man had to say reflected a common attitude among the youthful rioters.
I threw the firebomb right in the front window, A friend of mine went and
Motherfucker, is you crazy?
threw a firebomb in the bag. And the place
Nigga, do you know what that fuck you just confessed to? Is you just confessed to arson.
I looted and so forth.
There isn't much left, is there?
There is here's the burned up shirt and so forth that could have been gotten, could have been used.
But most things were taken out before you burned.
As much as we could possibly give. Then we would decide to burn, and the cry in the streets would burn, baby, burn.
Man, my God.
Why would you burn out this kind of place?
Burn, baby, burn.
Sure, because we felt that this man hadn't been doing nothing but gaming on us anyway.
When you say that this man was gaming you, chipping you, do you know that for a fact?
This man and every other Jew up and down the street, other than the rummage sales owned by Negroes who do not have nothing in them.
Why do you say over and over Jews around here? Do you feel that way about Jews?
I will not only say Jews, it would be fair to say that I hate all whites, period, point blank.
Exactly.
What else happened in this
That's
lot?
right.
Well, after we had got what we had gotten out of these stores and went and disposed of and stashed it, then we arrived back to get as much as we could possible. We decided to get this loan company up here, the Pine
And
Shop,
keep
with
in
a
mind,
white
people,
dog worked
compared
there, the
to
gypsy people.
1992,
I brought an $82 radio that I had
baby
bought
LA
that man
Ninjas
2
don't
months, and I
care,
brought it here,
and
it
you
was
know
an
it,
extra
Shabaka.
edition.
Well,
You gave me $7 for it.
yeah, that's Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying?
You
That
think
is
that's why
LA.
most people
You know,
part
of
the
the
looting and the
past.
burning because
This
of
is
one
a
grievance
story
from
right here
some
where
past.
Yeah,
I can't see
from
too
some
much.
grievance,
Listen
sometimes
too
in the
much.
past,
Just stop giving
regardless of whether it was relating from a
try to
pawn
get
shop
credit,
or
try to
going
get
to a
robbed,
store or
try
what
to get
have you.
scooped
Someone
up,
to get even. Such as
dress
I, because I
clothes,
call myself getting even by
short
going in this store and taking whatever I can take out of it. And I got some pretty wonderful things out of this place. Pretty wonderful things.
I'm strong. Think of
It was Sunday when you were arrested right near here.
Yes, I was on my way to a friend of mine's
Yeah,
house.
Look at that 65. Look at that 65 Impala right
This
there.
corner here, and the officers got out of
Listen,
their cars and
some vital goodness out of
boy
these
told us to put our hands up.
Yeah,
and
and cars were
immediately
made out of
hit
steel that time.
And at the time they lined us up, they held us at gunpoint continuously, and then this white police officer approached me and asked me, "Well, black nigga, when are you gonna let us kill you?" So I replied to him,
Yeah.
I'm not going to let you kill me because I'm no sniper or nothing. I'm not going to be out there doing any wrong, trying to, put myself in a good position, because I knew that these white people were mad that we were taking to the jailhouse, and I asked them, what was I going to be booked on? And they couldn't tell me. They didn't say nothing. All they did was wrote me up for burglary and looting, and I was arrested in a residential area. As you can see right now here, there's no stores, anything. There's nothing but houses.
How long were you in jail?
I was in jail a month. Solid month. It could have been longer, but I had no money.
All right, so at that time, the LA County jail was on
I beat my case
top of the Hall of Justice.
I had it thrown out of court, all charges dismissed.
All right, and then you got with a lawyer and sued their asses for false arrest.
It will be better organized this time, and it will probably be more or less a surprise attack. I feel that it will break out unless the white man himself changes. If he changes and shows some type of other response to the way that he treats us around here, there will not be any riot, because these people around here are willing to accept anything good, anything negative and bad, they will respond to it, because this is what they've been taught around here from teenage on up. They've been in gangs. They're 28, 29-year-old people that have been in gangs and have developed attitudes that they have developed behind the way that they've came up. and I feel definitely that this most likely and most probably will break out again.
If this young man is the living product of the ravaged Negro family institution described by Daniel Moynihan, Stanley Sanders is evidence of what a strong family can produce. His father, Hayes Sanders, recently retired after 33 years as a city truck driver, raised his family in the Watts area. Stanley, his sister, and his brothers, one of whom was an Olympic heavyweight boxing champion, were born in this house. A Rhodes Scholar, the third Negro ever to be so honored, Stanley now is at Yale Law School, but he was home during the riots.
What made the difference between you and between most of the other young men?
I think the most important differences in my own life were the influences from my family and the special attention that I got in high school. In the Sanders family, we were always encouraged to go on to the university, and we were always taught to compete on any level with anybody.
What is your feeling about the people who took part, particularly the young men? A lot of them must have been men you knew. Why did they do it, and what did they say about why they were doing it?
Well, I think that my particular age group, Negro, male between the ages of 18 and 24, is probably the one most distressed group in the United States of the country, certainly in the Watts area here in Los Angeles. They are most likely to be unemployed. In this particular area, they're either high school dropouts or high school graduates with very little skills, very few skills. And I think also there's the business of South Vietnam and how this affects the draft and economic means. I think all these combine to produce a frustration on the part of the young men in this particular area of the city.
The thinking of the entire nation must be changed as the goals of the Negro community move from liberty to equality, says Daniel Moynihan.
No group in our society is satisfied if for many, many years, for generations, the competitions of life always end up with them as the losers. Now, equality isn't a demand that everybody live the same. That's a flat level of existence. That's not the thing at all. What is true is a demand that, given one group of people, that you distribute success and failure and distinction and anonymity and affluence and poverty about the same way it's distributed in other groups. We've got to get men to work. A man can't run his family if he doesn't have a job. Right. It just starts there. Is there any secret to that? I mean, do you have to have sociologists tell this country that? No. Creating jobs for men is no secret about it. We know how to do it. We've just got to get it clear in our minds. Either we do it, or we're going to spoil this beautiful country of ours. And that means spoiling those pretty white suburbs just as much as spoiling those nasty and ugly places like Watts.
Moynihan speaks of the
meaning
situation
those ugly,
confronting
nasty
our nation.
places like
Commission
niggas. Hey, kiss
sought
my
to answer
ass,
questions
man.
about Watts. Was the riot planned? The commission finds no facts to support that conclusion, nor any evidence of communist activity. Did police brutality play a part in the outbreak? Yes. Some real incidents and some imagined, says the commission, are at the roots of the deep distrust between police and Negroes.
In 1992.
Did Negro hooliganism and provocation play a role in the riots and in the mood that led to them? Yes, says the commission, and the little organization which fed the flames was led by gangs of angry young Negroes. Was it a revolt, not just a riot? Yes, in the sense that it was a formless, hopeless striking out against current conditions in the community. And can it happen again? So serious and explosive is the situation, says the commission, that unless it is checked, the August riots may be only a curtain raiser to what could blow up one day in the future. It is that very fact which accounts for the disappointment among some responsible Negro leaders.
April 28th, 1992.
Immediate measures are needed, they feel, to calm those rioting Negroes for whom nobody spoke. Long-range plans to give job training to thousands of Negroes, a crash program of schooling for Negro youngsters, may guarantee the future, they say, but the need is desperate, and the need is now. A crisis in our country, says the McCone Commission, And government alone cannot render a cure-all. Help from private employers, from labor unions, from Negroes themselves, emergency. We would conclude this report with these final lines from the Commission. What shall it avail our nation if we can place a man on the moon, but cannot cure the sickness in our cities? This is Bill Stout for CBS Reports in Los Angeles. Good night.
Well, I'll be a son of a bitch, man. That motherfucker, when I was living in L.A., when he was older, man, you know, he was on the local news in the 1970s.
Word.
Well, I'll be damned. Bill Stout. Okay.
All right, Shabaka, since you lived it, what's your thoughts?
My thoughts on this here, you see why I'm so fucked up, people? This was in my childhood, okay?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And in a city like Los Angeles, okay, the smog was real bad then too, Brother Che, when they
from all the
had
lead
in the gasoline. That's why you would, yeah, okay, that could have something to do with it as well. Because I was very asthmatic as a child. I remember that. You know what I'm saying? And I remember that smog was so black, it would make your eyes water, it would make you cough. And then about 1968, okay, wait a minute. It was either 68 or 69, Che, that Chevron had came out with unleaded gasoline. And what they would do on a commercial.
Before or after the Harbor Freeway in?
Okay, the Harbor Freeway at this time, I believe only had stopped at Florence, but then they extended it. They took it all the way out literally to the harbor, which was San Pedro. You know what I'm saying? Okay. They built it in sections, and then in downtown LA, they hooked the Pasadena Freeway up to the Harbor Freeway, which they would call the 110. You know, like you would hear Snoop Dogg on his record talking about we cruising down the 110, you know, we're shaking the cops, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy, you know what I'm saying? And the 110 freeway would take you all the way up into Pasadena. Actually, it would end on Colorado Boulevard where they have the Rose Parade. You see what I mean? Yeah, the Rose Bowl. Yeah, because see what happens is on January 1st, if it is not on a Sunday, okay, between Monday through Saturday on January the 1st, okay, they would have the Rose Parade early in the morning. Then the Rose Bowl game will start. You see? Now, you can go out there and make you some money on it. And if you're going to do it, now's the time to go to the city of Pasadena, the Tournament of Roses, the County of Los Angeles, you know, to get your permits, you know what I'm saying? And to set you up a booth out there and go make you some money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The thing is that you have to understand, ladies and gentlemen, about Southern California. It's the Mississippi
of the West.
Well, wait a minute. It's the Texas of the West. Nevada is the Mississippi of the West.
Yeah.
Okay? And keep in mind, at that time in history, the Beatles were very popular, and they came over. Now I'm going to bring all this here together. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm talking about of how they hijacking our culture, hijacking our ethos, if you would say. You know, which is the group psychology of a society. Back then, you know, people was calling each other brothers and sisters and meaning it, okay?
Yep.
All right. And then Brother Malcolm was assassinated in 1965 in February, so he was dead before then. Yeah. And then that there was a young man who attended Oakland City College, two of them, by the way.
Yep.
One of them's name was Bobby Seale.
Bobby Seale, and the other one was Huey P. Newton.
And another one was another one was Dr. Huey Percy Newton. Yes, you are exactly correct. Their first official member was Lil Bobby Hutton. He was, I believe, that Newton had stated, Brother Che, because I think we had did a show on that. He stated that little Bobby Hutton was their first official member, and he was the treasurer, but they did tell him that he had to go to school and do all his schoolwork before he took up any Black Panther business. And then, of course, as you know, April 6, 1968, at 1028 Center Street in Oakland, California, in West Oakland for that matter, little Bobby Hutton was murdered by the Oakland Police Department. Okay. All right. So then, what had happened after that is then April 4th, 1968 happened. Okay.
Yeah. Holy Week.
That there was the day. Yeah. And that there was the day that Dr. King was assassinated. And as I told you in private, Brother Che, and I will say it for the sake of our viewers, I'm watching me some Wile E. Coyote on TV, some damn Bugs Bunny, the Road Runner. Then they come off here, special report. I'm mad at motherfucker, man. I don't want to see me some Wile E. Coyote, the super genius, man. Fuck up again, you know what I'm saying? And Looney Tunes, bam, wham, dan it, down. And they had mentioned the death of Dr. King, and my mother had stated, well, what's the special report? And I said, I don't know. They just said some man named Martin Luther King was shot and killed in a place called Memphis, wherever that is. Yeah, exactly, Val, after Huey P. Long. Yeah, you're right, okay? Yeah, you are absolutely correct, Val. That is a fact, okay? So Mama said, what? And then people were out on the street, on the block I was living off of, Brother Che, crying and upset and mad. You know, the brothers with the leather pieces were highly upset, okay? So then all across the nation, you saw the riots from Cleveland, Ohio, New York, of course, Chicago, Detroit, because Detroit was a hot spot because they had a bad riot in 1967 too. Okay. But Los Angeles was quiet. April 4th, 1968. LA was quiet. They couldn't believe it. Why was LA quiet?
Right.
They didn't have no outbreaks there. Chicago was up in flames. Crew people would know about that, you know. So then they had Dr. King eulogize himself, because I remember I was an asthmatic child and from the smog in 1968. And I did not realize what I had watched because I'm school sick, and I got the idiot box on, and I just see all these people walking behind this wagon that's carrying this box with the horses pulling it, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, a lot of people. And I did not realize that what I had witnessed was Dr. King's funeral, as I look back in retrospect. Now, in Los Angeles, almost 2 months later, I'm sitting up there watching TV, okay? And there was this guy by the name of Kennedy, named Robert Kennedy, who was standing up there making a speech at his podium saying that he just won the California primary because he had lost the Oregon primary real bad because he entered the presidential election kind of late. So, of course, he was going on the coattails of his brother who was assassinated.
Yeah.
And we was watching it. Then it started a bunch of screaming and what have you. And my mother had said that, well, you guys fell asleep, but Robert Kennedy was assassinated in Los Angeles, okay? It was in Los Angeles. He was at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan, where they had your boy Walter Cronkite on the news. I think Dan Rather was still out there before he got his ass whooped at the Democratic National Convention. They whooped Dan Rather's ass, man. Old Daley, man, he sicked his goons on him, man, and they worked Dan Rather, man. They whooped his ass. So then I remember they kept showing all these special reports of this train that was going across the country. And then it took them 3 days to get from LA to Washington, D.C. Then I remember this hearse driving at night inside of a cemetery where they were burying Robert Kennedy Sr. next to his brother, the president. You see? Okay. And so, and then keep in mind the kids who grew up in my generation at that time, we didn't know what the fuck was going on. And that record was a big hit that day when we did the show on the Temptations.
Yes.
Why they didn't want that? They didn't want that song played.
Ball of confusion.
People moving in, people moving out. Why? Because of the color of the skin. Run, 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 but you sure can't hide. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Vote for me and I'll set you free. Rap on, brother, rap on. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's where, well, of course, Val, you know what I'm saying? King wasn't out there, he wasn't hurting nobody. And then Robert Kennedy had gave a speech the day that Dr. King was assassinated to a black audience. And from what I understand, it was written down that he had stated they don't know. But Robert Kennedy, he got up there and he told them, he says, I know y'all came to see me speak, but I hate to have to tell you is that Martin Luther King was shot and killed in Memphis.
Damn.
People broke down and cried again and got mad. The Black Panthers went on a fucking rampage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember
throughout the whole damn country. Not just in Oakland, not just in Chicago, not just in New York, throughout the whole fucking country.
Yep.
You see what I mean? Yeah. And then you had that crooked ass bastard, Richard Nixon. Ladies and gentlemen, the American people have a right to know if their president is a crook. I am not a crook. Now, get this. Just to show you the hypocrisy of this shit. What was Nixon's campaign on in 1968?
War on poverty.
Hell no.
Law and order.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? We will have law and order in the United States of America. You see what I'm saying? And then Hubert Humphrey, who was running on the Democratic side, where they had the Democratic National Convention in Chicago in 1968, right?
Yep.
Okay. And Mayor Daley unleashed his goons, the Chicago police, and they went out there and they whooped some ass that night. For real. I remember seeing it live, you know.
Yeah. I remember my grandpa told me about Humphrey.
Yeah. And so then
he was he's a historian. Shabaka is definitely a historian.
Okay, well, that's just it, though, Val. I'm talking about what I've lived through to the best of my knowledge. You see what I'm saying? Just like when you all get up in my age group, you all going to be talking about this crooked bastard Gates and Musk and all of that. Yeah, oh, yeah. And so then that's when you had what they had called the love-ins, okay? Okay, the late great 68. Motherfuckers are strung out on acid. Lucy in the Sky of Diamonds. The Beatles was a big hit with Lucy in the Sky of Diamonds.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Marvin Gaye.
Marvin Gaye, what's going on? But Marvin Gaye, he was between 1960. Okay, he made a song in 1968 called "I Heard It Through the Grapevine."
Yep.
Okay, and then Gladys Knight, a few months later, made the same song. Okay, from Motown, but she did it more upbeat. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, there was a song by Smokey Robinson and the Miracles called Point It Out to Me.
Yeah.
Point it out, this I've got to see, yeah. And then, let me see, okay, we're going to 1968, okay. The Sisters with the Froze. And the smell of the Afro sheen and those mini skirts, my God. They come up to me, hey, little brother, you want to buy Black Panther paper? And I think it was only 25 cents, you know.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah. And I'm smelling these coconuts, man, and looking at these mini skirts. And sister got on leather piece, man. And I'm like, oh, gee, this is looking kind of interesting.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And what have you. And then James Brown came out with his hit in 1968. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Okay. And that there was pretty much, how should I say, a form or demand for respect. You see what I'm saying? You know. And then, let me see, and then James Brown made another record.
When did Aretha Franklin come out with Respect? Was that the same year or different year?
That song came out in 1967-68, okay? And it was a song by Otis Redding, Respect. But then Aretha Franklin made another hit record called Think. You better think what you trying to do when 45s, you know, when your stack of 45s, man, was your music app. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then let me see, James Brown, Aretha Franklin. Okay, I wasn't into Jimi Hendrix at that time, but then that's when they had the love-ins and people was tripping out on acid. Then in 1969, you had the Tate LaBianca murders there in Los Angeles, okay? And Charles Manson had made the statement that black folks were so fucking ignorant that they're going to tear down the country and that we need to follow Charles Manson to show us how to do things right.
Lord.
Fuck Charles Manson.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So then those in the civil rights movement was losing their sting after Dr. King had came out, because now what we are going into, ladies and gentlemen, is from the civil rights era into the black empowerment era. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, now you walk down the street, you see another brother, hey brother, what's happening? You know, it ain't nothing. Now you walk down the street, talk to another brother, man, where set you from? You know, all this old shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then too, Brother Che, and I do believe in Los Angeles at this time, this is where you had the community resources of independent people come about.
Yep,
and then
69.
the other crew, brothers loving others over them. Okay?
That was a separate too.
All right. Yeah. So then what had happened is we got this cat by the name of Messy Jesse coming out. Okay. Then in 1972, we had the Watt Stax concert. Is because Stax Records, let's see, Isaac Hayes, Carla Thomas, Rufus Thomas, the Staple Singers, you know, and then the Staple Singers, they made a record called Shana Nana Boom Boom, yeah, heavy makes you happy.
Yeah.
Then the Staple Singers came out with a record called Respect Yourself.
Yep.
You the kind of gentleman that want everything your way. Pop Staples and Pop Staples, he was a guitar player, and of course, as we do know, the Staple Singers was Pop Staples and his daughters. And Mavis Staples was the lead singer, and I forgot the name of the other two girls. You know what I'm saying? But one of the sisters had left the group early after they did Shana Nana Boom Boom Yeah, okay, and then the various TV shows you had that came on at that time was I Spy with Bill Cosby, okay.
Yep.
Then they had another show that came on with Clarence Williams III in 1968 called Mod Squad.
Mod Squad, yeah.
And in case anybody remember the movie called Tales from the Hood, Mr.
Yes.
Sims, that was Clarence Williams III.
Yep.
And I remember as a child going to a park in Los Angeles at that time. They were filming an episode of the Mod Squad, and I shook hands with Clarence Williams III. And then, of course, you know, Clarence Williams III was the husband of that jazzy-ass Gloria Foster. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay? And Gloria Foster, she was in, oh, shit, what the fuck is that shit with Lawrence Fishburne, man, and Keanu Reeves? The Matrix.
The Matrix, yeah.
Yeah, and Gloria Foster was the one that told him that the message is only for you or what have you, and she was up in years at that time, but it was, in fact, Gloria Foster. You
Wait, so Gloria Foster was the Oracle?
Yes.
Okay.
That was Gloria Foster in her older years. But Gloria Foster was also in some of Blacc movies that were on television, and the Bill Cosby Show was one of them.
Lawrence Fishburne,
huh?
And Keanu Reeves also did the John Wick series too.
Yep.
Together.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yep.
The first movie I ever remember seeing Lawrence Fishburne in was a movie made in 1975 with Rosalind Cash playing his mama called Cornbread Earl and Me.
Oh, yeah.
Then Lawrence Fishburne was in a movie called Apocalypse Now in 1979. So yes, for those 4 years, you know, he was building up his career. You know what I'm saying? And then quite natural, of course, you know, Lawrence Fishburne did, what was that, Deep Cover?
Yep.
And he did another movie as well, too. Then, of course, he got the role as Furious in Boys in the Hood. You know what I mean?
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. The Mac.
No.
The Mac was made in 1972, Lady Che.
I know what that is. But I told Jesse is that I'm going to mute. I would listen for the back because I have to go to sleep. I got a big morning, and I'm like the worst person in the morning.
Oh.
Like a little kid.
Oh,
like,
okay.
I don't know. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But
And then
the other singers were Travis, Yvonne,
and Roebuck. Roebuck was their daddy.
Roebuck was the daddy.
Yeah, who played the lead guitar.
And then what's the C?
And I remember the record. Huh?
Cleota? How do you say it? It's like Cleo with T-H-A.
Cleotha. Okay, because I think they see the girls also had a brother too, and I think that in the beginning he had started with them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the Staple Singers made a song which was a big hit for them called "I'll Take You There."
Yeah, that was in 72. Yeah, the Respect Yourself was in 71. The I'll Take You There was in 72, and then if you're ready, come with me. That was 73.
Right, and then
was in 75, and Curtis Mayfield wrote that.
Yeah, exactly. Then in 74, Gladys Knight and the Pips made a big hit.
Oh yeah.
On and on, on and on, on and on, on and on. And that there was the soundtrack of the motion picture Claudine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's Diane Carroll and James Earl Jones.
Yeah.
And then another man who had started his career in that movie was a brother by the name of Lawrence Hilton Jacobs, who played in Cooley High, and who also played the Jackson 5's daddy.
I got a little doll, little statue. Claudine is my shit.
Yeah.
I got a little statue, a little taller, and the kind of
Okay,
faces, and that's her name. That's what I
okay,
knew.
but keep it
And she it was with
Claudine. Okay,
motherfucking James
Yeah.
Earl Jones.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
okay.
James Earl
Now,
played the match.
okay, the greatest movie to me that James Earl Jones was not Claudine. It was not Coming to America, and you
Great
know
White
where
Hope.
I'm going with this here, brother
Yep.
Jay.
It's the
You
Great White Hope.
damn right.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
And he portrayed, yeah, he was loosely based on Jack Johnson. And I believe, brother Che, I shot a video from Reno, Nevada on the 4th of July, I believe. And I
Yep.
went to the location, and I says, ladies and gentlemen, right here is the greatest history that ever happened. And to quote the words of one of his successors, Jack Johnson, I
Yeah.
forgot this dude's name, man. I think this dude was out of Louisville.
You talking about
Who was
Muhammad
that
Ali?
loudmouth bastard? Who?
Muhammad Ali.
What was his name again?
Not to
Oh, yeah,
confuse
yeah,
another
yeah, yeah, him. Yeah. And then he was on Wide World of Sports getting ready to fight somebody, talking with Cosell. And Ali made the statement, he says that Jack Johnson, he says that man was bold. That man had guts. He didn't have no Muslims or FOI to protect him. He says that nigga was crazy. And Jack Johnson was out there by himself beating the shit out the Great White Hope.
Yeah, he
Oh, and I
was.
love it. So therefore, so for all you haters out there, please be sure to hit us with your hate mail. Call me every black piece of shit that you want, but show me where I lied.
Right. No lies detected.
Show me, yeah, show me where I lied. And then the thing is about Los Angeles, it is a nice place to visit, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm talking about to those of you who have never been there in the East, in New York, Cleveland, Chicago, St. Louis. People, Los Angeles will love you to death because that city is more deadly than it is beautiful. And you go out there, go see the Pacific Ocean. You know what I'm saying? You know, take your tour. Go through Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? But whatever what the fuck you do, don't drive your car in Beverly Hills after dark.
Right.
Okay? I already made the mistake for you. Now, for those of you who never been there and would like to tour the city's excellence, I suggest that you start in a place at Union Station called Sunset Boulevard.
Yep.
Sunset Boulevard will take you all the way from downtown LA. It will take you through Beverly Hills. It will take you through West Hollywood. It will take you all the way out there, you know, to the estates are out there after you leave Beverly Hills because you go back into the city limits of Los Angeles again. And I do believe that would be Pacific Palisades, okay? You will pass UCLA. You will go through Westwood. Then go out there to the beach. Watch the sunset. And that will be the world's largest ocean that you will be looking at, known as the Pacific. Oh, and by the way, an earthquake could happen at any time out there. Yeah, it could happen at any time, you know, and what have you. Avoid the Los Angeles Police Department. When the speed limit says 30, give them 27. When it says 35, give them 34. And then when the race soldier gets behind you, because you got an out-of-state plate, okay, you must not fuss, fight, or flee.
Comply.
Take down badge numbers, the division, okay, and go to those kangaroo courts of L.A. County. You ain't going to have no choice. You see what I'm saying? And then just to show you how brilliant that the LAPD is, as Val says, Charles Manson, the Hellraiser, right?
Yeah.
When those murders went down in Topanga Canyon, right? One of Manson's boys threw a buntline .22 revolver out the window after one of the homicides, right?
Yeah.
A little boy finds the gun.
Uh-oh.
He takes it to his daddy. His daddy calls the West Los Angeles division of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Mm-hmm.
They take the fucking gun, people, and put it in a damn property room and forgot about it.
Lord.
Vincent Bugliosi said, if I would have had this damn gun, I could have got this son of a bitch the death penalty. Because then in 72, they outlawed the death penalty.
Death penalty, yeah.
So that just goes to show you that the police guard is chosen for superior brawn, lack of intelligence, and he will be prepared to give his life for Big Brother, the leader he has never seen. And those are not my words, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the words of George Orwell in a book that was wrote in 1949 called 1984.
Yep.
Okay. You see. And then the thing is, old Messy Jesse with Operation Breadbasket, he decided to become a celebrity. I may be broke. I may be poor. But I am somebody. When you are broke and when you are poor, when you are homeless, you are nobody.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a cold, cold reality.
Yeah.
Right there. You are nobody. People living in the goddamn street with all kind of fucking diseases coming about.
Mm-hmm.
Pissing and shitting in the same place. Bacteria grows. Here comes the rats. L.A. Skid Row. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
The stench of it.
You
gotta watch yourself. You see? Was that Tex Watson? No.
That
hold on, wait a minute. Tex Watson. No, hold on. That sounds dumb. Okay, Fresh. Please specify what sounds dumb.
About what Messy Jesse was talking.
Oh, yeah. Tex Watson. Hold it. That's one of the Manson crew. Wait. Bobby Beausoleil, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, Charles Manson, and Leslie Van Houten. I think Tex Watson was one of Manson's followers, but I'm not sure on that because keep in mind, people, this is damn near 60 years ago. You know what I'm saying? But pull it up, and I think the Wikipedia should be accurate on it. Now, what had started happening with Los Angeles at that time, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Sam Yorty.
Tex Watson.
Yeah, okay. Mayor Sam Yorty.
He was the primary lieutenant.
Okay.
He acted as a tactical ringleader during the August 1969 Tate
LaBianca murders.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And they was out at Spawn Ranch on a movie ranch. He went out there and squatted a movie ranch because old Hollywood, what they would do when LA was getting bigger, they would go build movie ranches throughout Southern California.
Oh, you're welcome, Fred.
Okay, and up in various forests like the Sequoia National Forest. They'll film the cowboy pictures and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But the unique thing about Los Angeles is never a dull moment there. Nope. Okay?
Never.
And like what they said on the TV series Cops, hey, this is Los Angeles. Anything can happen. Okay? And guess what? As we speak now, people out there in L.A., something did happen. Now, here in Las Vegas, everybody's here. You know what I'm saying? All the good fellas is here. You know what I mean? And this is why I keep a very, very low profile. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot.
Right.
But Vegas is Vegas.
Yep.
And then as I'm going to say in my closing, Brother Che.
Okay.
Is that Frank Sinatra did a lot for black entertainers Manson was mad because he couldn't be the Beach Boys.
Yeah, he couldn't be a Beach Boy.
He couldn't be a Beach Boy. Damn. Wow. Probably.
Kill was free.
Yeah. Okay. So, but Frank Sinatra, Black family, did a lot for black people here in Las Vegas, like we have stated on our previous podcast.
Yeah.
When Nat King Cole came here to sing, and yes, we are talking about Natalie Cole's father.
Yes.
Nat King Cole would get up there, perform on stage, and then he would have to eat his meals in the kitchen.
Due to segregation.
Due to segregation, as they call Nevada the Mississippi of the West. Mm-hmm. So Frank Sinatra said, "Hey, Nat, what are you doing here?" He says, "Well, Frank, I can't sit out there with y'all, Mm-hmm. And Frank said, "Oh, yeah? Check this out." So Frank went to the owner of that club and said, "Look, man, check this out. If you don't let that man come out here and have his dinner with the rest of us, I will boycott this motherfucker, and I will take everybody, man, and you all could sit out here and burn this shit out here in this desert to a crisp." After that, who started coming here? Smokey Robinson and the Miracles.
Yep.
Okay. Diana Ross, who was in residency in the early 80s. Gladys Knight, who was in residency at Caesar's Palace. Then in the 70s, boxing was king here in Las Vegas. Ray Leonard, Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
And all the other greats. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And Las Vegas is a city, ladies and gentlemen, that will take your money.
Yep.
So if you come here, gamble wisely, okay? Right. Don't get drunk, you know what I'm saying? It's because they hell on drunk drivers out here, too, And I told you, Brother Che, that bad accident that I saw, man, a few months back. And the driver was drunk, you know what I'm saying? So his ass is going to be going up there, going to the Nevada State Penitentiary and be their guest for a few years at a place called Fallon.
Yep.
That's where they held O.J. Simpson at, for about 8 years. You know what I'm saying? When he came here, thought he was going to burglarize some shit, and O.J. And Mr. Simpson, was a guest of the great state of Nevada for about 8 years.
Yep.
So then Mr. Simpson gets released from Fallon, goes over here to the Cosmopolitan. And I'm thinking still wearing his state issues, right?
Yeah.
And they said, "OJ, you banned from here, cat. We don't ever want to see you again." So then the word got around, all the other main strip hotels, banned OJ, and then OJ died here in Las Vegas, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And the most melodramatic shit that I ever saw was in 1994, him in a Ford Bronco.
Yeah.
In L.A. Now, you saw all the lapdogs following OJ and the California Highway Patrol, right?
Yeah.
Che, hey, that would have been you and me in that motherfucking car.
Would have been dead.
They would have lit it up.
Yep.
They would have dumped on it, man, as it was riding down the street. Mm-hmm. So when it comes to Southern California people, I don't know if it's the smog, the shit they putting in the air, the climate. But that city will love your ass to death. Damn. Okay? So for all you bangers, if you go out there, man, and y'all get stepped to, man, don't challenge nothing. And just say, "Yo, G, man, I'm just visiting L.A., A lot of times they'll say, "Okay, man." You know what I'm saying? Just like what the brother was talking about over there in the Crenshaw district, Brother Che, earlier.
Brother Billy.
Yeah, And then I remember You know, when the brother who was trying to make the truce, they killed him.
The truce of 9 Deuce.
Yeah, they killed Mr. Pico.
Yeah.
But I salute Mr. Pico because what he did took a lot of guts.
Yeah, it did.
It took a lot of guts, you know. And so from time to time when I go through there, I don't wear red, I don't wear blue. You'll catch a Bach in a basic black. And then if you go to LA and some of the OGs step up to you, you know, you don't want to show no arrogance, but at the same token, you don't want to show no cowardness either.
Right.
Okay? Because that's what they're looking for. Just like when you look at the movie Training Day over there in the jungles, the last scene, when Denzel says, yeah, why don't you Damoos, man, you know, pop a cap off with him. And he says, King Kong ain't got shit on me. I'm the police. I'll have you niggas up in Pelican Bay. The set stepped off from him and said, hey, cat, you got to do your own work.
You got to put in your own work, yep.
Yeah, you got to put in your own work. And that there was over there in the jungles. You know what I'm saying? And I had a relative who lived in the Baldwin Hills above the jungles. And I had an out-of-towner with me, right? So I told him, sit in the car, man. You ain't allowed. Well, who I'm going to see? I'm going to see my family.
Right.
So I hear gunfire. Okay. And I tell my family, okay, I got to go. I got somebody out in the car. They're not from here. I go out, man. Dude's scared to death. Oh, man, we heard gunfire and all that. So I roll down the window, and I says, man, I got you, okay? Just shut the fuck up because I got to do some listening. So I roll down the window. What I'm listening for is that certain sound those LAPD cars make that go, you know, when they're in a pursuit.
Yeah.
I heard them. Okay, I say, fool, relax, shut up, don't say nothing. We getting the fuck up out of here, okay? And so I drive. I get over there on La Brea. I take La Brea to Interstate 10 to take it to the 405 to go back up north in Northern California. I said, say, man, you all right now? Oh, Shabaka, man. You know, I says, man, you ain't from here, cat. You know what I'm saying? And if you really look at it, man, for all practical purposes, man, I just saved your life, but I ain't looking for no reward. Because, see, I was about saving mine, too. You see? Like they say, when them planes is getting ready to crash and that pilot did such an excellent job landing on it, that pilot wasn't giving a fuck about them passengers. He was trying to save his ass.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Let's be real about this shit. You see what I'm saying? So, like I said here in my closing, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to be off for about a week, but I'll keep Brother Che posted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is that if you got a chance to go to L.A., go to L.A. You know, appreciate it. Go to the beach. But stay away from those Nabiscos. Right. Okay? If you got a big deal out there, well, hey, man, we like your latest rap record. Hey, man, we like your latest acting gig. Hey, man, we're taking you out here to L.A. Stay away from those Nabiscos. Yep. Keep to yourself. Make your money. You know what I'm saying? Keep to yourself. Don't get caught up.
Right.
Because the city of angels, ladies and gentlemen, is the city of lost angels.
Right.
In other words, it is
demons.
Hell. Yeah. It is hell. Walk down the Venice boardwalk that I've done many a times. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no telling who you might see. And whatnot. And then they used to have some amusement parks over there that the waves came and tore them down. You know what I'm saying? Oh, but do get a chance to see the Santa Monica Pier, too. Now, Santa Monica, ladies and gentlemen, is its own separate city. Okay? Okay? It's not in, it's in the county of L.A.
Yeah.
But it's its own separate city. And then when you walk north on the Venice Boardwalk, you're going to be out there. Then you're going to see the little sign saying you're entering the sign of Santa Monica. And they got the pier out there. I forgot the name of the damn beach out there, Brother Che. Can you pull it up right fast for me, man? My memory's slipping.
The beach outside of Santa Monica?
No, sir. The Santa Monica Pier. But what's the name of the beach that the pier is off of? This is what happens when you get old, folks. I mean, damn, I've been going back and forth in and out the motherfucker all my life in my youth. Now I can't remember the son bit. Damn.
It's the state beach.
Santa Monica State Beach. Okay. Now, when you go north of that beach, okay, you should be crossing back into the city of LA out there to the Pacific Palisades at the Dockweiler State Beach. And then when you're in Pacific Palisades, guess whose jurisdiction you're back in? Dun, 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 dun.
Lapdogs.
Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? In West LA. You know what I'm saying? That's the West LA division. And then if you come across the street Westwood, visit Westwood. That's right by UCLA. Check it out. But keep in mind,
Westward out here.
Yes, sir. And then keep in mind, people, is that you need some money in there. And then, as Brother Chase says, you will be in the West LA division of the LAPD. You must not fuss, fight, or argue. You must not flee. Defend yourself in court, because they're looking for the slightest excuse to kill you. And that there, ladies and gentlemen, is off the reflections of my life, being in 60 plus years old, you know what I'm saying? And to quote the words of an Asian man who was born in San Francisco, but he grew up in Hong Kong. In any given situation, take what is useful and leave what is useless. Okay? See, this is why we ignored motherfuckers like Joe Gibson, Sarge, you know what I'm saying?
Anybody know where Sarge is?
Sarge, oh Sarge, where can you be? Oh Sarge, where you at? Seek us out, Sarge. Or just shoot us a damn email off that bogus ass email you gave me, you lousy rascal. You and just say you're scared. That's all. You know, Sarge, we've been trying to find you again, man, for the last 2 years since off of Blog Talk. And Sarge would fly off at the handle. You know what I'm saying? And then another thing too, Sarge, that I'm going to say. When we talked about boxing, Rocky Marciano versus Muhammad Ali. Yeah. Well, Marciano was undefeated. Yeah. Ali's been defeated. Hey, cats. George Foreman was undefeated too until he went to Africa.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
On that note, bid you a good night, Shabaka.
Yeah. Okay. So you all have a nice night. Okay. And I know you and Lady Che going to continue on with the show. And come up sometimes fresh. You know what I'm saying? Keep the show going. And what have you. And over the years of doing this, you know, I'm glad of people that I met. Glad of haters that I had, you know, out there calling me all kind of foul crap. Please keep your hate mail call coming. Why? Because that tells me that we're getting somewhere. And I hate to be like that. You know, I don't want to get out here, you know, arguing with people and what have you. Me and Jesse disagreed. If me and Jesse decide to tear this motherfucker down, that's on us. Why? Because we built it. And of course we don't want to tear it down. You know what I'm saying? Of course we don't want to tear it down. You know what I mean?
Right.
So hit that link, hit that PayPal, you know, so we can develop more content, and we're moving and we're growing, surely but slowly. You know what I'm saying? But we need the help of the community. You know what I'm saying? You're welcome to come up here, you know what I'm saying, to say whatever you want, but hit us with the donations. We need the donations. We will recognize you for the donations. You see what I'm saying? You can come up here and guest host. You ain't got to agree with me. You ain't got to agree with Lady Che. You ain't got to agree with Che, but just be respectful.
Right.
You see? So please keep this platform up, is because there's a whole lot of my heart and soul that went off into it. Same thing with Brother Che. You see? Just like when we got disowned by that other network.
Yeah.
That other network know who you are, and that's why we're not going to mention your fucking name.
Right.
You all hated on us. You all sunk, but we're still up here. Although we taking on water, but we're trying to bail out. You know what I mean? We didn't hate you guys. You know what I'm saying? We really didn't. We really didn't. But you all came and hated on us.
Yep.
And for what?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And for what? All that heat you was giving us, give it to these damn Nabiscos like we do.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Hey, and by the way, and those of you of the Caucasian persuasion, we have extended invitations to you. You know what I'm saying? Joe Gibson. Oh, where could Joe Gibson be? Yeah. Man, so take some time off from your clan meeting, man, and come up here and let's talk.
The neo-Nazi mutt.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, Sister Switchblade, who we had come up here a couple of times ago. And then, of course, and by all means, to our sister Akshita.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And a shout out to all the platforms that rebroadcast our work, whose material that we showed, and please show our material. And Uncle Phil Scott. I may not agree with you totally, brother, but you're an educated man. I appreciate your accomplishments, man. But get back with us, man. We show your content, man. At least mention us. Right. We tried calling you, man. All we get is recorder calls, man. I know you busy. Hell, we try to be busy too.
Right.
You see? You know what I'm saying? And then also too, you neo-colonialists on the continent. Fuck all you motherfuckers for calling me a damn Akata.
Yeah.
Okay? And you sitting up here letting some funky well, I don't want to get on that. Mind my temper. But you are being neo-colonialized. In the beginning, we had the land and the European had the Bible. We bowed our heads to pray. And we rose our heads up and opened our eyes. We had the Bible and the European had the land. See? Yeah. Oh yeah, Val Hawkins, so like I said, people who disagree with us, okay, fine, that's great, that's beautiful. You grown, you got a mind, you got sense, you know what I'm saying? Or what have you, because I'm tired up here arguing and fighting with people and all that. See, that's counterproductive. That's counterproductive. And then for you Nabiscos who talks all that shit on my like page, you've had many of opportunities to come up here. You turn us down. Oh, and the troll Regal,
oh my God,
the one who's got the Mercedes Benz, you got your head bumped. People that I've spoken with from the Caribbean say them damn Mercedes Benz are taxi cabs. Yeah. Man, I got a Mercedes Benz, man, and I hate you, Shabaka. Nigga, I ain't did nothing to you.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? If you don't like what the fuck I say, man, come up here, man. Let's argue, debate, and what have you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bid you all a good night. So you're going to keep it going for a few more hours, Brother Che?
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Yes.
All right, so what I'll do sometime tomorrow, man, I'll look at the playback, because I always look at the playback. So those of you who hate me and say foul things when I'm not here. I looks at the playbacks. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not just up here rambling, to do this. We're trying to build something here. And then for those of you who are from other races and other cultures and backgrounds, you welcome to come up here too. But one thing that you are not going to do, you are not going to tell us our people's history.
Right.
Because we will give you the respect if you're not of African descent, FBA as Che calls it, or Negro or whatever. We'll listen to you, just be respectful. But you're not going to tell us our history, okay?
Right.
And then on top of it, I want to say this. People saying, well, you're such a racist, Shabaka. And you know where I get them at, Brother Che? And I always remember this, man, after I'm gone. We give respect to Viola Luiso, who was murdered too, who was a young white woman from Detroit, Michigan, helping the civil rights workers.
Yeah.
Okay? Bernie Sanders, your ass, my. Your ass. I think, Bernie, you might need you some more Geritol, man. You just might as well go on and say fuck it and retire. I mean, you did what you could. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Jesse Jackson, condolences to your family on your passing, Mr. Jackson. But Reverend Jackson, I remember you, man, at Watt Stacks, man, wearing a red, black, and green dashiki. Would you get up there and say, I am somebody. I may be black, I may be poor, but I am somebody. If you poor, if you are homeless,
you are nobody.
Nobody. See, and I'm talking about shit that I've lived through. That's all I could do. You know what I'm saying? Now, keep in mind, folk, I'm not the most brilliant person that there is, but I damn sure am not one of the dumbest. So with that there being said, that there's my closing statement, folks. Okay, Brother Che, have a good show. And I'll give you a call in a couple of days, man. Like I told you, I got this other project that I got to deal with. And hopefully it'll be something positive. And yes, Nolan Wells was murdered.
Right.
I'm out. Okay. I'll talk to y'all later. I'm out from Sin City. Clack, clack. Come on, 7-Eleven.
Okay. So perfect segue to the next topic, Nolan Wells case, mystery altercation emerges. Thank you for joining us, Shabaka. Yapping dog outside.
Willie D.
What's up, family? Now being reported that there was some type of mystery altercation in regards to Nolan Wells' death. Some kind of way that might be connected to his death. Some dudes that he got into it with that was totally separate from his friend group that he came to the island with. He got into it with them, and somehow, some way, maybe that's how he ended up dead. So they're floating the idea that, well, maybe he didn't drown. Maybe somebody did kill him. Remember now, they was riding with the whole drowning thing. Now they're trying to say, well, maybe somebody killed him because he was arguing with somebody. First and foremost, we don't really even know if that's even true, that he was in an argument with someone, right? That has not been confirmed. We don't know if it's true. Secondly, how convenient is it that, okay, it was an argument going on, we can't confirm who was in the argument. And so let's just say Nolan was in the argument. And if Nolan's in the argument, that creates some doubt that maybe the guys he was in an argument with killed him. And so that shifts the blame and makes everybody look over that way instead of this way. Nancy Grace put that theory out there. She said that, hey, you know, here at True Crime, I think is the name of her show, is True Crime or something along the lines of crime. We want the truth, whatever the truth is. She said we have to explore, in so many words, she said we have to explore all leads, you know. It's out there, we got to talk about it, we'll spin it, right? Well, I'm going to explore it too. I'm going to explore the bullshit. Ain't no damn mystery altercation. Nolan Wells was murdered, and his friends know who did it. His so-called friends know who did it. Where are all these mystery people? We got now. You got two groups of friends who don't know what happened. You got the original group who he came with, who left him on the island. Then you got another group, and they saying the way that they're justifying it, they're trying to explain it, is that, okay, he got into an argument at 5 o'clock, around 5 o'clock with this other group of people. By that time, the Triton boat was gone. So the Triton boat was gone around 4 something. So if that was indeed Nolan was in an argument with another group of guys, then these guys who left him on the island couldn't have possibly been involved. All that sound good. But what y'all gonna do about that? Booyah! Cito phone call. You cannot explain it away. You can come up with all the theories you want. You can throw, see, right now, it's a matter of throwing stuff up against the wall. They're throwing things against the wall and trying to see what sticks. What better alibi to have than another group of people could have done it? You know, what better new motive to establish or try to establish is that maybe it was somebody else. And here's why. It could have been somebody else. Just create enough doubt. Keep throwing stuff out there, creating doubt, create doubt, create. This is all smoke screen. This whole mystery altercation thing is smoke screen and mirrors. And Nancy Grace been around long enough to know that. This is all smoke screen and mirrors. Now she said she had to talk about it. She has to explore it. Okay, I'm exploring it. I'm talking about it. And I am saying definitively that it is BS. Ain't no mystery altercation. That's right, I said it. Ain't no mystery altercation. We heard that phone call. And we all heard it. And we heard it before Janetta Brantley improved the audio, before she enhanced what was already there. For the slowpokes, enhance is not a bad thing. Enhancing means to better, improve. When Warren, the other day, when he was on Tatum's show, talking about the audio call, he's like, yeah, then listen to some enhanced phone call. He said enhanced like it was a bad thing. Some enhanced phone call. He sounded dismissive, like Wyatt, is it Pyron? Like Wyatt Pyron did on the phone call to Cito. Very dismissive. No, we don't need them. Remember when she asked them, do you need the Coast Guard? No, we don't need them. What? Very rude. I don't think I've ever heard anybody that was in distress, that was on a sinking boat, in any type of imminent danger situation, be so rude towards the person who's trying to help them. Bad attitudes, even in the midst of distress. I'm not buying none of it, fam. I'm not buying none of it. I do not believe this alternative mystery or this mystery altercation. It's all smoke screens and mirrors. That's what I'm seeing. That's what it is. Truth and justice for Nolan Wells. It's going to be hard to get, even with all the evidence, because there are too many people in powerful positions in Mississippi who want this case to just go away. Starting with the sheriff. We can move on, mosey on down to the medical examiner, mosey on down to the judges, law enforcement, good Lord. All of these people who could actually bring the family justice, bring the community justice. But many in the community, that ain't really what they want. I surmise that many of them want things to go like they've always gone. Black person get killed, or black person dies, white person suspected of it, white person is never held accountable. That's typically how things go in Mississippi. I personally, I watched the episode, and I think that certain things you don't ride the fence on. Pick a side. Yeah, pick a side. People say, well, you know, I ain't on one side or the other. I'm on the side of justice. So if you're on the side of justice, pick the side that most resemble justice. Stop playing around. Stop faking in front. Call a spade, and call a jack. Call a joker. Yeah. Call a strike, and a ball. These guys right here who are with Nolan, that is absolutely amazing. Do you know that? Okay, how can I preface this? Okay, not saying they killed Nolan, right? But oftentimes, people who are killed by people who are closest to them. Sometimes it's family, sometimes it's friends. In fact, most of the guys that I know who were killed in Fifth Ward, they were killed by other guys who were from Fifth Ward. So that's why you can't get too wrapped up in it when somebody calls you their brother. When they say, that's my brother, that's my dog, that's my friend, my partner. Can't get caught up in all of that. You have to follow a person's actions, not their words, their actions, because action speaks louder than words. And you know what action these guys took when they found out, when Nolan was reported missing? You know what action they took? None. What, none in regards to trying to find his body. These guys, from what I understand, didn't even show up to search for his body. Now, how does that make sense, fam? From what I understand, they deleted their social medias immediately before they were before the body was even found. They started deleting their social media. Before the body was found, the body was found less than 48 hours later, after he was reported missing, last seen. The body was found less than 48 hours later. And these guys didn't provide anything that was helpful that could give the family a clue as to what happened to Nolan Wells. Now, I personally believe that the police know exactly what happened to Nolan Wells. They ain't gonna do nothing about it. I don't think they'll do anything about it, but I think they know. They like to know so they can have something on you. So when you try to pop up down the line, or one of your family members do something, whatever, they can be like, yeah, you know, we know about that little old boating thing, you know, we know about that CETO call. We know. Yeah, I think they hold on to stuff like that, but they know. They don't just ignore it. They want to know. They got to know who the killers are. They got to know who their competition is. They have to know who the competition is. This guy had everything going for himself. 18 years old, college bound, football player. Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely believe that this kid was killed. All of this stuff about this mystery altercation ain't nothing but smoke and mirrors. You cannot convince me otherwise that that's what it is. I hear these people saying, go Nancy, go Nancy. I saw a girl on a video say today that she said, F all the celebrities, the Black celebrities. She said, F the Black celebrities, because none of them are talking about the Nolan Wells case as much as Rachel, what's her name? The kid chick. She's saying for the kids, Miss Rachel, I think is her name. None of these celebrities are talking about the Nolan Wells case as much as Miss Rachel. When not just me, but there has been a plethora of Black celebrities talking about more than, actually talking about it before Miss Rachel ever started talking about it. Now, we are grateful for anybody that shine a light, whether they're Miss Rachel or anybody. It doesn't matter if they're a celebrity or not. But anybody that's talking about this case and bringing awareness, we are grateful for all of you. But for this Black chick to go off like that and go off on Black celebrities, targeting Black celebrities, talking about what they ain't talking about, who they're not talking about, and how this white woman is talking about it more than the Black celebrities, it lets me know she's either ill-informed or she's a plant. What say you, fam? Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. No more talk.
All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts on that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in Mississippi. And like I said the first time I came out.
Lady Che. Lady Che. Okay, Lady Che fell asleep. Lady Che. Yeah, I think Lady Che passed out. Earth patient Lady Che. Lady Che, Lady Che. Lady Che passed out. Damn. Lady Che, good night. Also, Tater Tots did another interview with Nolan's so-called friends, and it's causing issues with the investigation. So, Street Media TV gonna give us an update on that.
Here, there's a lot of people that's going to have to apologize, and this time, the weight is even heavier because there are some people that are going to get sued. I was able to interview Warren again to clear up some of the things that people had questions about after the first interview. And then we went on to interview two other young men who were crucial. And people are claiming they were involved in this. They clear it up all the way from text messages, from the keys and the phone being on the boat, the timeline from last year at Horn Island all the way to this year. And I'm telling you right now, for those of you who are balanced and fair, this is going to blow your freaking mind. And I ain't going to lie, y'all. I'm more upset about the narrative that was pushed after listening to these young boys tell the truth and show evidence. Some of y'all are going to get sued, and some of y'all are going to have to give apologies. You just wait until we finish this video and put it out. It's going to blow the internet wide open. Stay tuned.
I fully understand why some Black people are just a lot of times just so defeated and they give up. And even some of our people turn into you know, raccoons and sellouts. I get it. I get it. You know, when Carmelo Anthony case dropped, we seen how W America went crazy, and we saw what they did to that Black woman judge who's also a conservative. Even in the James Byrd case, it took like 30-something years in order to even get a bill passed, right? In order for us to get justice, you know, we got to go through so much, man, so much just to get any form of justice in this country. And in regards to this Nolan Wells case, we see that a Black boy went on a boat with some W's and he never returned. The family still doesn't have answers. Nobody's really being transparent. There's an investigation going on. We don't know what happened. What I am seeing though is a lot of people are coming out to protect the number one suspects in the case. Number one suspects would be those boys, because they Nolan Wells would have been the last. They would have been the last people Nolan Wells would have been seen with. That don't mean that they did it, but in an open case, open investigation to an unaliving, they are all suspects. That's a fact. That's not defamation. That's a fact, right? They put out a GoFundMe and they was able to raise over $200,000 and go hire a high-powered attorney, Andrew Pausick, right? Who is Joe McCann. Remember the Ashley Janae story? Joe McCann hired him. He was Trump's lawyer. Nobody's asking them what they're doing with the money or no. The same way you guys attacked question Carmelo Anthony's family. Y'all ain't doing that with these boys. With these boys, they was able. So now Brandon Tatum is back down Mississippi, right? He's interviewing these guys for like a third time. Now warning them they done brought friends. They down there and they're talking some more, right? The police ain't talking. Nobody's talking, but Brandon Tatum and these boys doing a lot of interviews, but there's no movement or no talking from the police or the DA or anybody.
Go back to the very beginning of this. How do you think this should have played out? Because I always question in my mind that when I go back, I look at what happened, I look at the initial stories with Nolan, and you guys knew him, right? I didn't know him. I know none of you guys. I just had a chance to meet you guys more recently. But how do you think this should have gone if you could control the environment? Nolan is found deceased. How do you guys think that this should have been put out to the world?
Well, first off, like I wish we would have never, like I think about this every day. Like I wish we would have never went out on the 4th of July, because I know this wouldn't have happened. Nolan wouldn't be gone. And like it's really hard to think about, because it's like I wish I would have done this different, or I wish I would have done that different, because now one of my brothers wanted to like passed away. But I think from the beginning, I'm glad that I called the Coast Guard, and I'm glad that we came together as a group, even from the first day when people started texting us things, saying, you know, crazy things. But I wish it wouldn't have been reported as some type of race thing. I think it's really bad that like people are pushing the narrative of, oh, this is a race thing.
And see, here go the mind control stuff again when they're talking about it's not about race, knowing the history of Mississippi and the way that the police was handling this case. Even before you got national attention, they was basically trying to make this an open and shut case. You have scores of cases where there's a lot of disgruntled Black people in Mississippi right now with the way that their loved ones' cases was handled. But they'll come and tell you, well, it's not about race. Well, it's not it may not even be those kids' fault, but you guys are born or live in a place where race matters. Race is a big thing in Mississippi, right? A black boy goes out on the boat, he don't come back. All the W boys come back. If they flipped it around and it was a W boy with a bunch of black guys and he was unalive, it would be about race. It would be about race right away. So now all of a sudden, it's not about race? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's about race until we get down to the nooks and cranny and find out what happened. Other than that, it's going to be a racial divide. That folks ain't that way. That's Mississippi.
Well, obviously it's not. I mean, this is like a brother to us. I mean, Nolan's no different than anyone else in our group. And I just wish this wasn't pushed on the media as, oh, this is a bunch of white guys that killed a black guy, or this is, you know, like in the beginning it was like 4 guys went to a stranded island and dumped Nolan at the island and just left him there. Like even from the beginning, it was just like this thing and no one had facts and they were just pushing this horrible narrative, all lies about everyone. And it's sick. So I wish that would have been completely different. I'm glad I called the Coast Guard. I'm glad I made the first contact within all of this. I'm glad I was the first one that called Christine Wells that night and told her that we haven't heard from her son. And I'm glad that I did all of that, but I hate the way this has been perceived by the media and portrayed. This has like been absolutely horrible with the way and the things that they've said to us and done. But other than that, I mean, there's not much I would change from my point of view and my friend's point of view. I think we did everything right, and I know we did nothing wrong.
I think I also want to say, I think it's so criminal that they took something so anti-racist and flipped it into something super racist. Like they took, this is the definition of anti-racism. I mean, that we did not look at Nolan any different than I looked at him, or even you. You know, this is literally our brother. I mean, like we stated, we did not treat him any different.
And see, they're crying about racism, but they're doing interviews with one of the ultimate race baiters, and Brandon Tatum, right? He runs a narrative on baiting. That's what he does, right? And to me, they're not going to neutral places where people will ask them real questions. You guys are suspect in the case where somebody was unalive, because until all the facts come out, you guys were the last people that Nolan Wells was seen with. There's speculation about him being seen on the island that hasn't been substantiated by the police. The feds or whoever's the chief investigator of this, they haven't did a press conference and said anything. So right now, all that's speculation. What we do know is he left with you guys and he didn't come back with you guys. And you guys are born into a system where race is the mental fabric of America. Now, y'all may well be innocent. Y'all might have not did anything. Y'all may be guilty. We don't know. We don't know. I like to keep the integrity in my channel so you won't see titles where they did it or me telling. I'm not going to do none of that because I don't know Nolan Wells and his family. I don't know these guys. I don't know what happened yet, right? But I know where there's smoke, there's fire. We know that we got a black boy that's unalived in the state of Mississippi, right? Something ain't right. They're withholding evidence. They're being quiet. That means they're investigating something. That means that if there's something, because if it wasn't something, they'd have been came out. Them boys know, right? We have speculation that somebody was on a phone call with somebody telling them that they're going to jail for the rest of their life. We saw what you did. That hasn't been proven yet. I don't know because the police ain't said anything, but they wasn't done.
We didn't treat Trayson any different. We don't treat Trayson any different. And they just flipped it. And I just think that is so wild that they're pushing this thing that they're saying, oh, they want to end racism and all this stuff. Well, they're the one pushing it. They're pushing the racism. And I just think that's kind of crazy.
Morgan, what's your thoughts on this? How does it affect you?
I mean, first I want to say, wish this would have never happened. I wish Nolan would still be here with us today. And, but in my opinion, I think that the media, they shouldn't have pushed a narrative from so early. I think that they should have let the local officials do their job, let them release statements, and then, I mean, the media is obviously going to see that and then do whatever they do. But that's what I mean. I trust the local officials.
Now, mind you, he was supposed to be like their best friend. I didn't see no crying, no tears. Let me tell y'all something. If I took one of my friends out on the boat and we all left and we came back without him and he turned up unalive, we would have to answer to his family. I would be distraught. I would be sad. I'd be crying. I'd be devastated. Not one time my heart goes out to the mother. I'm so sorry. None of that. They don't seem like they're sad about anything, right? Even if you feel like race is involved, you know darn well that mother's a grieving mother and she lost her son. You guys came out and said, I can't even begin to understand how you feel, but I just want you to know that we love Nolan and we're sorry. Really sincere. We're sorry. I don't know what happened. I promise. I swear. No, they're not showing no remorse. Listen, even if they're innocent, right? Even if these guys are innocent, they didn't do anything, right? What we do know is he was last seen with you. He was last seen with you. I ain't seen near one teardrop come from down nobody's eyes or nothing. All they saying is they don't like the way such and such was handled. Well, how about when the governor came out, when the police made certain statements that they shouldn't have made in the beginning, but not being transparent about nothing, right? Then there's allegations of you guys telling Brandon Tatum that you made. I don't even want to say that. No, you know what? I ain't even gonna say that. But you guys ain't showing no type of remorse or nothing. But there's a whole lot of rumors, a whole lot of things swirling and circulating around. And I don't want to really get into all that right now until we hear something from the police. But that's Brandon Tatum down there again, milking this, making money off of this. He's not donating it to the charity or nothing else. He's doing it to fill his pockets, right? But y'all let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far on the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV. Leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if any of you saw, I posted something in the community tab. I have to thank all of the people that supported my business. I hit a milestone today. I have sold 10,000 products in the last 2 years on Etsy.com. So I just got that news today, and another piece of news I got today. My YouTube channel is officially verified. So when you see my name on my channel, you'll see a check mark right next to my name. So the channel is officially verified. So thank you, everybody. Thank you. I am humble and I am happy. Thank you so much. So let's get to this dreadful story. Chud the Builder. How you doing, Tareen? Chud the Builder is officially out of jail. He made bond. You know, y'all remember he got hit with a $1 million bond. It started out at $1.25 million, and then it was reduced to $1 million. So he was in there for about 3 months, and somebody got the money and got him out. And, you know, some people are not happy. They feel that he should have never made it out of jail because he definitely poses a public danger. He does. You know, he just walks up and beraces out here to people. And you saw how it ended the last time when he did that. So he can be on social media, according to what I understand. He can be online, but he's not supposed to talk or say anything about his case. But he is allowed to even be on social media. Yeah, well, you know, this is what privilege looks like, y'all. This is what privilege looks like. Look, I got a story coming out tomorrow. Courtney Clenney, she was sentenced to 6 years for wiping out Christian Obumseli. She only got 6 years. Just think about that. Carmelo Anthony got 35 years and he was defending himself. This girl just straight up murked Christian Obumseli. And she got 6 years. She only got to serve, y'all, 2 more years and she's free. That's it. See, privilege is definitely alive and well. It most certainly is. So I got that coming out tomorrow. So you will hear about that. But yeah, you know, so let's get to the videos. Yeah, we'll see if Chud and Courtney Clenney can stay out of trouble. All right. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you, CJ Filled, for the 2 joules, 100. Thank you so much for your support. Oh, Tareen, Rain Reloaded. You said, and you heard the latest on Lauren Boebert, son Tyler. He's in trouble again. Oh, hell no. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm really not. I'm not surprised that his ass is in trouble again. Okay, thank you for the ones, everybody.
They call me the Builder. Chud the Builder.
Infamous live streamer Chud the Builder has just been released from his attempted murder charges he was being held on a $1 million bond. Those of you who don't know, Dalton Eatherly, also known as...
They call me the Builder. Chud the Builder.
Chud the Builder is a live streamer who goes around throwing racial slurs at people and then recording their reactions to get clicks and views on the internet. He uses your basic IRL nuisance streamer tactics, but with a racial twist. While walking out of a courthouse in Tennessee, Eatherly was attacked by a black man who didn't like his antics. He pulled a gun, he shot multiple times, injuring the black man and himself, and now he was sitting in jail for the last couple of months. Yesterday, he was released on a $1 million bond, but still faces multiple charges, including attempted murder. This has opened up a huge argument on the internet, with some people siding with Chud the Builder, saying that he's exercising his First Amendment rights to free speech and pointing out that a $1 million bond is absolutely ridiculous. While other people argue that using the N-word is equal to using physical violence and that the assault against Eatherly was justified. But what do y'all think? Let me know down in the comments.
This bozo is back on the streets. Yes, Chud the Builder has been released from jail after posting his $1 million bond in full, cleared to stream again. This is a red alert to all African Americans, Africans, Dominicans that look like us but think they white. Everybody, if you see this man, I repeat, do not engage, okay? This is at least a psyop, okay? Listen, Chud the Builder is back on the streets. I understand y'all. I'm with y'all. Y'all can say that stuff in the comments. I can't say it up here. But I will say this. Everybody is entitled to their day in court. But if you see this man, let me tell you something. I understand that what he does is wrong, and I understand it might ruffle your feathers. But move aside, because what you got at home is more important than the man with the handlebar mustache. I promise you. You got a lot more going on than the guy named Chud with the handlebar mustache that just got out of jail. Leave it alone and don't bother him. Yes, he is back on the streets, y'all. I'm just here to bring y'all this news because a lot of y'all really only watch my page, and that's the only news you watch. Please be aware and be safe out here because they letting people like this out of jail. Meanwhile, your cousin that got caught with an eighth and a little nose candy been in there for 5 years. I'm just here to bring y'all the news. I'm just a messenger.
I have some really bad news, and it's about Chud the Builder. It appears this man has a witch doctor somewhere in a third world country. I don't know how he pulled this off, but Chud the Builder is apparently out on bond. About a day or two ago, the most deplorable person on the internet, Jake Lang, who just happens to be best friend with Chud the Builder, surprise, surprise, he came on Twitter to announce that Chud the Builder had apparently made bond and he was being released. Now, this was 2 days ago, and nobody got an update. So a lot of people just thought, okay, like Jake Lang is a pathological liar. This is just one of his stunts.
We are outside Chud the Builder's courthouse. His official name, Dalton Eatherly. I'm here with his whole family. We are fighting for his bond. This was his final attempt to be able to receive bond. And guess what? They gave him a 2-week continuance. This is two-tiered persecution. White men have no rights in the state of Tennessee for self-defense. Some rabid black man attacked him outside the courthouse, and he had to defend himself. Now we're facing a two-tiered persecution where they won't even grant him bond over walking out of a restaurant when they kicked him out for not paying a bill. This is ridiculous Democrat persecution. Dalton Eatherly is officially a political prisoner being held in abhorrent conditions of confinement. He is being held in solitary confinement, not even let out of his cell. I think only 2 hours a day. He's getting out right now. He's being tortured. They're trying to make him take a plea deal, but Dalton's remaining firm. We need to stand up. President Trump, the Department of Justice, this is persecution. Amen. This is political persecution. We need to stop this right now. Free Dalton. Free Chud. Fight. We are in downtown Nashville right now where my brother Chud the Builder is in his final bond hearing. He's being persecuted for being a white man who defended himself versus a violent black assailant. His bond has been set at $1.25 million when the murderer, Carmelo Anthony, only $250,000. This is the definition of two-tier justice. We have to stand against it. The Democrat persecution of Christians must end today. Free Chud.
This victim mentality is so whack, but they acting like Chud the Builder got $1 million bond for jaywalking or for stealing a Hershey bar out of Walmart. Chud the Builder got $1 million bond for shooting a man outside of a courthouse after antagonizing him. Yo, this victim mentality is so whack, bro. Like, it's so corny. I don't even understand, like, even if you are like a white supremacist or a white nationalist, I don't even understand how you can respect this. You guys are quote unquote anti-victim mentality, but yet you guys are the victim in almost every situation. And there's no accountability whatsoever. Right? The worst part about this too, based on how much quote unquote support Chud has gotten from like the white supremacists and like white nationalists, Chud has not learned a goddamn thing. You would think Like somebody.
So real quick, I had to stop working out for this because Chud the Builder, Dalen Early here, has bonded out of a Montgomery County jail in Tennessee. Yep, you heard it correctly. You all remember this racist piece of shit? Yeah, going around calling black people the N-word and then claiming to be the victim when he has to suffer consequences for it. Yeah, him. He was involved in the shooting, attempted murder of a black man outside of a courtroom in Tennessee, and somehow he is bonded out on $1 million bond. And he had other pending charges in Davidson County in Tennessee, where he was not supposed to be able to bond out on because they had offed his bond there. But he has bonded out. Yeah, this is what I talk about when I say these racists and bigots support their own. He raised the money to bond out of jail on an attempted murder charge. But what do I expect? It is Tennessee. As more information becomes available, we'll follow up.
So Chud the Builder has been released from prison, right? Like 2 days ago, but everybody's just finding out about it now. What do I think about it? I do feel like it is disheartening to see somebody that's committed so many vile acts being released. But, you know, the law can only do what the law can do. The judges, I do feel like, were not trying to be easy on Chud the Builder at all. I think, you know, one of the judges had $1.2 million bond for him. The other one said legally they can only do $1 million bond, but then he tried to make it more difficult for Chud the Builder, saying that he had to use 10 different bond companies and they can use $100,000 each from the bond companies for him to bond out. So the judge did try to make it more difficult for him. And then there was like a guy there, I can't remember what the guy's name, but he catches pedals and stuff like that on YouTube. He tried to give $100,000 to help get Chud the Builder out of jail, which is very interesting. It's like we find out like how he is. Like it's just, you know, it's a lot of supremacists trying to get him out. But he is out, you know, he is out. I don't think, I see a lot of people like, oh, the courts are being racist and all. Like, I don't think that's what it was. I think the courts did what the courts do, right? But I think for this one, they tried to keep him in jail. I think they did. But the problem is when you have so many people who feel the way Chud the Builder feels, it's easy for him to be able to get the capital to get out of jail. It's what it is. You know, you can't stop how a lot of these people think, you know what I mean? And they're willing to use their money to support that, you know? So he ended up getting out of jail. He immediately violated one of the bond conditions because they have his bond conditions on all these different news platforms, basically saying that he's got to give up any type of, if he was applying for a passport, he's got to give that up. He's got an ankle monitor. Obviously, he can't fly out of the country, stuff like that. He can't be on social media, anything like that. There is a gag order. But he violated it by saying no comment. Now, he can get around that, saying that because before his fiance was running his social media account, his Twitter, when he was locked up and they were trying to get him out. So he could say that she posted it, you know, he could lie and get around that. But also the Give, Send, and Go money cannot be used towards like any of his bond or anything like that. But now that he's out, you know, he's got all his passwords and stuff like that. He may be able to just cash out like the Give, Send, and Go and do whatever he wants to do with the money. But it's very disheartening because I feel like this person is a serious danger to, you know, the community. You know, when you go that far and that wasn't a self-defense case. Like the guy, Joshua Fox, was with his wife. He told Eatherly to leave him alone. Eatherly approached him with a bladed stance and started reaching for something. And then Joshua Fox took off on him and didn't let him get to it, you know, or tried his best not to let him get to it. and ended up getting the best of Chud, but Chud ended up getting a hold of his pew and doing what he did outside of a courthouse. It's really insane, like when you wrap your head around what this guy did, and then now he's out, right? And then meanwhile, while he was in jail for that, he had 2 other court cases that were still pending, and it's just like, this guy, he's obviously a danger, but the law is the law, and we will see what happens. I will keep you guys updated, but I don't think the court, like the judges or anything like that, was, had any racial bias to let him out, right? I don't think that's what it was. I think because I watched a couple of the hearings, one of the hearings on my channel or whatever, and the judge wasn't really rocking with him at all. But, I think he found a way out. He found a loophole out, and he's out. So we'll see what happens. Let me know what y'all think in the comment section.
Okay. So from what I understand, there were people on the outside that was raising money for his bond. And there was one particular guy I'd never seen or heard of. He was kind of chubby. And he was on video saying, I put the bond up for Chud because I don't think it was right for, how these white nationalists speak. Oh, I don't think it was right that he was in there. That's freedom of speech. It's amazing when they use the N-word, it's freedom of speech. But if we come back at them and say something, that's hate speech. Yeah, that's hate speech. But what they say to us, that's freedom of speech. How convenient is that? So y'all, let's see if he can stay out of trouble, because when he had that altercation outside the courtroom, he already had another court date for something else he did. So he apparently can't stay out of trouble. So let's see if he will remain out until he goes to trial, or if he gonna F up and end back up in the jail, which I hope he does. I'm not gonna lie to you. I hope he does. Keeson, you said they claim they love America, but the man shot a veteran. Where's the outrage? Yeah, well, he was a melanated veteran. That's why you're not going to see no outrage from them. Yeah, especially if he can get on social media, which they're saying he is allowed to do. Yeah, it's going to be no time before he start blurting out all kinds of ridiculous things, because he's one of those people, he knows the more outrageous he is, the more attention he's going to get. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we shall see. We shall see. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. And I got 2 lives lined up for tomorrow. One, we're going to talk about how Iran said they are not negotiating with Donald Trump again. They will sit and wait for the next president to come in to begin negotiations. They don't want to do anything else with Donald Trump. And the other one is Courtney Clenney getting 6 years for unaliving Christian Obumseli. So I have those 2. I am looking at one more. So be on the lookout for my lives, y'all. Don't forget to pick up your hair products, and I will see you on my next live. Shalom, family.
They call me the builder. Chud the builder.
Boy, we got a lot of folks in this room. Glad to have y'all in here. What's up, FBA Big Boy, Juice 42. Family, I need you to share the space. Can y'all do that? Share the space. Share that space, ladies and gentlemen. Share the space. Yeah, the galaxy is manly. Y'all give me a galaxy. That's pretty manly. That's I like that. All right. Now, first thing we got to talk about, family. First thing we got to talk about, your boy, Chud the Builder. Chud the Builder is out of jail, ladies and gentlemen. Did y'all know that? The suspected, well, I can't even say suspected, YT supremacist, which he is, he's a YT supremacist who did a vile, racially motivated crime. Tried to unalive a black man, which we knew he was going to try to do. But yeah, they had a high bail on him, $1 million, and his YT supremacist buddies got that money together. They got him on up out of there. It was like 2 months. They've been working 2 months to get him on out of there. And it's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting to see how this is going to play out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to see when his next court date is. I think he has a 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew. That's part of his condition. They're saying he can't have no weapons. He has to have a GPS monitor. They set a gag order and restrictions might be on him, I think. So there's a lot of stuff going on with Chud the Builder. But he's out. We're going to see how this plays out. I'm trying to see when the next court date is. But what I want to look at this from a bigger angle right now. I want to look at it from the perspective of, this is the part I don't want people to miss. Look at all the white T supremacists who work to get him out. Want y'all to see that. Don't be lost on that. Now, this guy's clearly in the wrong. He's clearly a dirtbag, but boy, the white T supremacists, they have a dirtbag culture. They'll support their dirtbags. See, we have to support our riders because they support their dirtbags. This is why support is very, very important. This is why we got to stand up for each other, ladies and gentlemen, because these people, they stand up for white T supremacy. We have to stand up for black empowerment. And I understand there's a lot of people out there, you know, in the sphere who act like they're about black empowerment, but they be on some bullshit. So I get it. I get that. So I know it's difficult sometimes, but you got to look at people's track record. Those of us who have a very thorough track record, just support. Because I want you to understand something about these white T supremacists. Boy, white T supremacy is a religion. That is a religion. And right now, this is how desperate the white T supremacists are. This is a very interesting thing. They pool their resources to get out this dirtbag. They need a hero. This is how desperate they are for a symbol of white T supremacy. This is how desperate they are. You understand? Oh, yeah, I know that. I know that. But understand the lone wolf myth. See, this shatters that. See, the mainstream media, they always try to sell us on the lone wolf narrative. Anytime these crazed white T supremacists go out here and do these heinous crimes, they always say, oh, he was acting alone. Oh, he's just a lone wolf. They try to paint these guys as some type of isolated pariahs of their community. They're just mentally ill individuals who just snapped. No. This $1 million bailout, and it was difficult. They had to go through a whole bunch of different bail bonds companies. Well, these white T supremacists were working hard behind the scenes. So this proves that these white T supremacists, boy, they're part of a well-funded, highly organized underground infrastructure that backs anti-black violence. So one of their provocateurs get jammed up, well, that network starts activating so they can protect their asset. You see? And they're very desperate for white supremacist mascot. The white T supremacist movement right now is kind of fractured. It's paranoid. They're losing control of the cultural narrative. If you notice, the white T supremacist movement, they have a bunch of representatives now who, 60, 70 years ago would not even be considered white. Look who they got representing them now. The Nick Fuentes. He's Hispanic. He wouldn't have been considered whitey 70 years ago. You got Jake Lang running around here who's Jewish. They wouldn't consider him white back in the day. You see? So they need a hero very badly. You know, they're losing control. They don't have control over the cultural narrative. They are desperate for a unifying symbol, a hero who acts out the violent fantasies that they all talk about on 4chan and in their little private chat rooms. So by them funding Chud's release, they're trying to elevate him into a mascot for their cause. So the message is to other races, if you attack Black people, the community is going to have your back. You see? And they're starving for a tangible win. That's why they're so damn desperate right now. The culture is shifting. Right now, the Black people, we're getting more politically sophisticated, socially sophisticated, on code based on lineage. And that's a threat to everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Us getting on code, they know how powerful that is. We are not being fractured the way we used to be because we're getting on code based on lineage. You see, it ain't just the tether class that's a little paranoid. The white supremacist class is a little paranoid because their numbers are already dwindling. See, they need to have this place set up like an apartheid state. I love TikTok Shop. Because their numbers are dwindling. They are going to be the minority in a couple of decades, and it's coming fast. And you have things like, let me watch my words, clamdemics. Y'all know what I'm saying. I don't want to say the word with the P. I'll say clamdemics, where diseases or whatever pop off like we had some years ago. That could accelerate the low birth rates even more. So they're very vulnerable and they feel very vulnerable because their numbers are dwindling and they are not setting up the apartheid state like they need to. In order to have an apartheid state, you have to have the majority Black population split up based on tribal beefs, just like they do in South Africa. They are able to control all of the non-white people because they control and manipulate the different tribal groups and exploit the different tribal beefs that's over there. Us, on the other hand, we don't have that. We don't have no tribal beefs and all that. We got 50 million people who can pretty much get on code with each other very quickly. They don't like that. And we're getting on code even more with this delineation. That's why this delineation is such a threat. We are heavily getting on code. We're not getting fractured at all. And they need us fractured. That was what they were doing with a lot of the tethers, ladies and gentlemen. They were using their tether class, the Wes Moores, the Byron Donalds, the Winsome Sears, all of these people, Kamala, Obama, the list goes on. They knew what they were doing with the tether class. They just didn't expect us to wake up to the con game, ladies and gentlemen, and call it out. You understand? They weren't expecting that. This whole delineation thing came out of nowhere on their ass. And it really put a monkey wrench in the game, family. It really did. So they're scrambling. They understand in order for them to run an apartheid state, they have to use terror. And they need the Chud the Builder types, the vigilante types who will go out here in the streets and crash out, and then they'll support that person. The problem was Chud failed. Remember, Chud was going to be their crash out. But Chud got his ass whooped with a pew-pew in his hand. He still got beat up and still didn't complete the job. He failed. That was a major blow to the ego of the white supremacists. You understand? So they need right now, they need a psychological victory so they can boost the morale of the foot soldiers. So bailing out the white supremacist shooter who targeted a black man in broad daylight, that gives them the illusion of an institutional and financial win. You understand? And understand, this ain't just about freeing one individual. This is like an investment on a specific tactic. Chud's brand was built on provoking black people in public, trying to get a reaction so that he could claim self-defense and justify lethal force. And by them pooling their money to get him out, they're financially underwriting his bait and bleed blueprint. You know, they're hoping to normalize this tactic for other suspected white supremacists across the country. This is why that stuff has to be nipped in the bud very, very quickly. You got to nip that stuff in the bud. You see. And let's be very clear. There's a lot of judicial complicity to go along with this. The system, they set the stage for it. They got this man with an arsenal of weapons and a history of anti-black harassment. This man had a plane ticket to flee the country. How did he even get bail in the first place? He should not have gotten a bail in the first place. And the judicial system, they just didn't grant him a pre-trial release. They gave the white supremacist network a fundraising goal, basically. That system, they still provided a loophole, and the network provided the cash for him. And pooling that money together, it's not just about Chud, it's about the direct message to us. It's supposed to be, this is like their form of terrorism to us. I love TikTok Shop. We got to watch my words. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. I got to watch my words. Scarism. I love TikTok Shop. See, they want to show that they have the capital and the coordination to shield anybody who commits a racially motivated crime. So the goal is to make black citizens feel like the system will never protect us and that our attackers will always be rewarded and released. Like I said, this is why we on the streets, you got to nip that shit in the bud, ladies and gentlemen. Nip it in the bud. And these mainstream platforms, they often restrict hate speech, and funding for hate speech. But these people still have a shadow economy. They use these decentralized platforms, cryptocurrency, meme coins, back channel fundraising, all of this stuff to circumvent the system. So them bailing him out, that shows how they are weaponizing decentralized money to fund a centralized anti-black hate campaign. You see? And you understand something about white supremacy, man. White supremacy relies on the concept of victim reversal. They always play the victim while acting as the aggressor. That's a part of their tactic. So by them rallying around Chud, trying to frame him as some kind of political prisoner or free speech patriot who is just defending himself, they're trying to legitimize their own narrative. So every dollar they put towards that bond, that's a dollar spent trying to rewrite history and justify that anti-black violence on a systemic level. So this is why we just got to be on top of our game. We got to be on top of our game and watch out for these types. And when they try to do copycat situations, which we've seen, nip it in the bud, just like out there in Texas. It was a Mexican dude who tried to be a copycat Chud, and one of them brothers down there in Austin went ahead and put elbows and feet on dude. Shout out to Texas. Shout out to Texas, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, look at, we got a lot of people in here. Can y'all tap the screen and raise your hand? Let me get some of the family in here. Let me see what's on your mind. We do have a lot of people in here. I'm gonna just get random people. All right, we got a lot of people in here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna just get a bunch of Oh, what's up, Common?
How you doing, Tariq? I was just trying to find out where I can buy the shirts at, brother. That's all. I was putting it in the comment section, but nobody was responding.
Okay, I guess officialfba.com, officialfba.com. I'm gonna put there's a new shirt. That shirt I had on Sunday, a lot of people have been asking me about that. Later on when I'm done, I'll make sure that shirt is on the website because people have been really, really asking me about that. All right, let me get V&E. Brother, what's happening? Yo, V, you all right? All right, what the hell kind of sound was that, brother? All right, that sounds like a hot water bottle. That sounds like an old school douche bag. The kind of sound was that? All right, let me get some hands up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get Miss Hershey. Miss Hershey, I'm trying to get you on here, and I can't get you on here because something is going on with your account. So you have to get in the request queue. All right, you got to get in the request queue. I'm just getting random people in here until I see some hands raised. All right, I'm getting random people in here till I see some hands raised. I see Mia. All right. Let me see. Mia, what's up, Mia?
Hi, hello.
Hey, Mia, how are you?
I'm fine. I wanted to ask a really important question. I know you was working with people about lying, saying they invented hip hop and they were there, they were a part of it, and it's been Hispanics and Jamaicans and different people saying they helped to create rap, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you had I was wondering when were Black people going to do something, or had you had something in the works when it comes to putting a legal stamp on that instead of just a verbal? Because I feel like just because people make documentaries and say, oh no, we invented this, we created this, and this is the story behind it, people like rewriting stories and stealing and lying. And I just was wondering if anything's going to be done as far as legally.
No, there's
Put a
nothing that
stamp
can be
on
done.
it.
Thank you, dear, because yeah, hip hop is a culture. It's not a legal status. It's just a culture. It's a culture. So we legitimize the culture when we put the correct information out there to let people know where it came from. So we've already put that out there. We've done it. It's out there, and nobody can really refute it. So that's why they've already toned down all of that. We started to talk. They're not saying that on no large scale no more. Now they might, a couple of people online in a chat room might just be saying some stupid shit. They know better. But yeah, we've already corrected the narrative. Forbidden, what's up, Forbidden?
Hi, thank you for having me up, Tariq.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask, based on what you were saying a little earlier, why do you think they took Charlie Kirk out? If he's gone, which I don't necessarily believe he is, but for the sake of it, why do you think they took him out? What was the reason or purpose?
That thing, very good question. And I believe they took him out. And I got to watch my words here. Understand something. These are white tea supremacists. All right. White tea supremacists don't really have a culture. I want y'all to understand that. That's why when tethers be like, yeah, America is the white man's land. No, not really. Just because they point guns at everybody and say, okay, stick them up. That ain't yours. If it was yours, you wouldn't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to use all that military might if it's your shit. If it's your shit, you ain't got to use tanks and guns and weapons and bombs. If it's your shit, yeah, you use that to get somebody else off their land, just like over there in Tulsa. Remember, Tulsa, Oklahoma, these were Black Indians. Many of these people were Black Indians, family. Out there in Oklahoma, Oklahoma has the most Black run towns. I was just out there a few months ago. I was just out, beautiful, beautiful area. And what happened was they sent a lot of Black people out there from Florida after the Seminole War. And because it wasn't the South, it was like a little throwaway area. There's like, hey, y'all just going out west. All right, just don't bother us in the South. So the white tea people weren't really around the Black people like that. They just said, just going out there with the rest of the Indians, just going out there and just do whatever you to make a way, just figure it out. So it was different from the Deep South, where Black people live in very close proximity with the white tea people, and the white tea people are all up in the business all the time. It wasn't like that in Oklahoma. It wasn't like that, especially in Tulsa. The white tea people weren't just looking over everybody's shoulder every 5 minutes. And what happened when they finally did take a peek to see what was happening, they were like, hey, all these niggas get these cars from? Hey, the hell, all these well-dressed Negroes? What the hell is all these mansions and These houses, the hell? I don't have a house this nice. What? Oh, no. They had to ring the alarm. Oh, wait a minute. We got to reel this back now. They said, oh, let's reel this back. They doing too much. Yeah, that's when they bomb the place. I love TikTok shop. You see? They called the Tulsa Black Indian. Yeah, I mean, I just been out there. Those were Black Indians. Many of them were Black Indians. That's why some of those towns that are Black founded have Indian names, like Wowoka, places like that. I think John Horse founded that part. I was out there in Bowley. I was out there. They got all these little Black towns out there. You know? So it's very interesting. It's just a very interesting dynamic. Yeah, Mississippi has Indians, absolutely. Absolutely. No, we're not. So are we Black Indians? We're foundational Black Americans. We have Indian ancestry and African ancestry. We have it. I know some people don't say that. Don't say we have African ancestry. If you don't have it, well, it doesn't apply to you. Many of us do have African ancestry. That doesn't change the fact that we're foundational. That doesn't change the fact. Some of us do. We were all mixed up on the plantations. They put us on the plantations and we were mixed in with the natives, the Africans, we got mixed in. That formed the ethnogenesis. Now, if there's some people, I ain't got no African in me at all. Congratulations. I'll boil some corn for you. Whatever. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want. All right. You ain't got no African in you. Okay. Well, do you? All right. All right. That's fine. That's fine. All right. But yeah, some of us have African ancestry. Am I a continental African? No. I'm not a continental African.
Try a little root work. Feels good with every touch. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Try a little root work. Feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Come a little closer, baby. Let me take my time. That soft and natural fragrance keeps you on my mind. There won't be no complications. Nothing artificial there. Just a little love and feeling underneath the things you wear. Feels good with every touch. Try a little root work. Oh, a little dab is just enough. Oh, baby, try a little root work. Try a little root work. Ooh, feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work.
All right, y'all. We're gonna wrap it up. So appreciate y'all tapping in. Whoever came through. Finish up these other topics later. Thank you. Shabaka. Thank you, Val. Thank you, Fresh Always. And anybody else speaking and not speaking. So this is going to conclude season 6, episode Trey 8, part 3, part Trey, continuation, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on for part 2. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, the Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, it's Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineation of the Black empowerment. Chain Plum and Lady Chase on enough from the mile high income and the legal market for the city. Peace.